All right, we will call the meeting to order. Welcome, everyone, to the Napa Valley College Board of Trustees June 14th meeting. We will start with a public hearing. I will open up the public hearing.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Roll call.
Roll call.
Our agenda's a little odd tonight, so Catherine, please.
Okay. Trustee Baldini.
Here.
Trustee Baker.
Here.
Trustee Martinson.
Here.
Trustee Rios.
Here.
Trustee Segura is not present. Trustee Iverson. Here. And Trustee Mancuso.
Here.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. And we have new student trustee, Josefa Kawaja.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing. There being no action on this public hearing, we will close the public hearing. Now we will go into closed session, and at this time, the board will devote a total of up to 15 minutes for comments to the Board of Trustees regarding closed session agenda items. Individuals will be limited to a 5-minute presentation. Is there any public comment on closed session? All right. In closed session, we will be covering Conference 5.1, Conference with Labor Negotiation, 5.2, complaints or charges against public employees, 5.3, conference with legal counsel, and 5.4, public employee evaluation. Adjourned to closed session. All right, we return to public session, call to order. I will report out on closed session, item 5.2, and I will read a resolution that the board voted on in closed session. Resolution regarding appeal of administrative determination. Resolved by the Board of Trustees of Napa Valley Community College District, County of Napa, State of California, that whereas a district student filed a formal complaint against an instructor alleging harassment and discrimination on the basis of sex, and whereas the district retained an independent investigator who conducted a timely investigation into the allegations and determined there was not probable cause to find harassment or discrimination on the basis of sex, and whereas the district determined that the investigation was thorough, fair, and well-reasoned on a basis adopted its findings, and whereas the district issued a timely administrative determination setting forth its findings and advising the complainant of her right to appeal the district's administrative determination to the Board of Trustees pursuant to Title V, Section 59338 of the California Code of Regulations, and she has filed an appeal. And whereas the board has heard the appeal in conformance with Section 59338 by reviewing the written record, including the complaint, the investigation report, the administrative determination, and the appeal, and whereas the board finds the district did not act unreasonably in relying upon the findings of the independent investigator in making its findings and administrative determination. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Trustees of Napa Valley Community College District affirms the administrative determination of the district. The appeal is denied. Regularly passed and adopted by the Board of Trustees of Napa Valley Community College District in Napa, California, this 14th day of June 2018. There was a vote taken. It was a 5-2 vote with Trustees Martinson and Baker voting against it. All right.
So we are.
Now we'll move on to Pledge of Allegiance. Let's stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we have now adoption of agenda, and I believe we have a couple of items to pull. I think there was a staff item that we wish to pull. Is that correct, Ron?
Yes, 15, let me look real fast here. Is it 15.2, Catherine?
15.5.
15.5, thank you.
So we'll pull 15.5, and then trustee Martinson, you had one to pull as well?
Yeah, just a second. 16.9.
16.9, and my understanding is that's a committee document, and I just want to real quick, the committee, are you in agreement with pulling that?
Yes, we were working on that, and it's not reflected here, so we'd like
Okay.
it to come back to the committee.
Okay. All right, so we'll be pulling those two items off the agenda. So agenda is adopted with the pulling of 15.5 and 16.9. All right. Now we're going to move on to some fun presentation stuff. And we're going to hear about our incredible welding program.
And Doug Ernst.
Doug Ernst is going to start out for us. All right. Take it away, Doug.
Thank you, Madam President and the board. It's a great privilege and honor to introduce Professor Eric Wade, Program Director of our welding program.
Well, good evening. I'm glad that you have allowed us to show up. Welding program, we are booming. We went to, as most of you may remember, we've gone to a 2-semester presentation model for our students. We just concluded that. Our certification day held 3 weeks ago. We had 22 students attempt certification, and 27 certifications were issued. So the math part of that would be some got 2.
Yeah, help
For
me
those
out
of
on
you
it.
that were worried about that, some got 2, and we're really excited about that. We also had 27 students complete our capstone class this spring semester. That is unprecedented. We're really excited about that, and that proves that by getting these students through their welding curriculum in a timely manner, we will be able to claim more completers. We were losing them after the first year. Now we're able to keep them. And personally, I'm excited about that. Another part of the program that I'm excited about is our industry partners are really coming on board. And I would like to take this time to introduce Chris Schell from Nova Group, and he has a few things he would like to say to you. Thanks again for letting me talk with you.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Howdy. Like Eric said, I'm Chris Schell. I'm the engineering and fabrication manager from Nova Group. So Nova Group, for those of you who don't know, we're a general contractor. We do almost 100% Department of Defense construction all over the world. We're based right here in Napa. Our home office is right off of Devlin Road. We have a fabrication shop there, 20,000 square feet. We employ 15 to 20 fabricators there in welding, fiberglass, just general fabrication, coatings. We do fabrication there to support our field projects. So we prefabricate piping, structural systems, all kinds of stuff that we send out to our jobs, saves them time, gets the jobs installed faster. So we're about a $100 million a year company. We do about $1 million worth of fabrication labor in Napa. So we're a pretty good size employer of fabricators for the area. And we're always looking for skilled people. When I started on at Nova Group 3.5 years ago, we were looking for welders at the time. We were on a big project, and I said, well, what about Napa College? And the attitude at the time from, the folks that have been around for a long time was, their program's a little antiquated. They only do basic fabrication, that kind of thing. So over time, we've only grown our own people. It's really the only way we could get people that can do what we do. So when we got really up against the wall, and I said, you know what, I don't care if that's what the rumor is, I'm going to go over there and find out. So I contacted Eric, and I've been over to 2 certification days so far, and come over and met with the students, handed out cards, just talked to them, what are you trying to do, advise them a little bit on what the career paths are locally, globally, that you can do all of that within Nova Group. So I'll come back to that a little bit. First, I want to introduce Taylor here. So Taylor Tobler, he is a graduate of the program and a current employee for Nova Group, and let him tell you a little about his journey.
Good afternoon. My name's Taylor Tobler, as Chris has already told you. I'm a 2011 graduate of the welding technology program here. I got my associate's degree in welding technology. I went on to get my bachelor's degree later on, but what has gotten me the growth throughout Nova and to get me my job at Nova was my AS degree in welding technology. I came on in 2015 as a structural welder, and then moving up from there, I became a structural welder and a drafter in the engineering department. Last year, I was sent off to go get my certified weld inspector certification. So I went and did that. I'm now a assistant quality control manager on a $26 million project at Travis Air Force Base, and their full-time weld inspector there also. Wow. So it's been a big jump up in progression, all due to the fact that I had the AS degree with so much background behind it, getting so many other aspects of fabrication rather than just the welding.
And I wanted to speak to a little bit actually of what you had as far as starting salaries, average salaries, things like that. So perfect example, you hit it right on the head as far as the $34,800 a year. Basically, that's what Taylor came on at. He came out on at $17 an hour fabricator, general, no pipe welding certifications or anything like that, just a fabrication and welding, or a certification in welding. And in the last just over 3 years now has moved into a salaried full-time position as a manager at Nova. So we're very focused on growth. We're very focused on growing our own people from within. And so in looking for that labor pool, this has turned out to be just a great source. I have another graduate of the recent class starting on Monday. And I was asking Eric just this when we were sitting down, so how many of the 22 kids have jobs? Are there any more that are looking? Because I could use some more welders. So it's not a dying industry. It's an industry that's hurting because of lack of skill and lack of people and willingness to do the job. And when I walk into that to the shop over here, there is willingness to do the job there. Those students are just so excited about welding. I want to bring them into my shop because they reinvigorate the people in my shop that have been there, some 15, 20, 25 years, and they are, wow, look at this hotshot kid and all the things he can do, what he wants to do, and I'm not about trying to lock them into our shop and keep them there forever. If they want to grow out and become a CWI and go manage a project in Guam, they can do that with us. So we have lots of opportunity, but we also want to employ local people. I live in Napa. Taylor lives in Napa. We want to have those people that are from our community that, our kids play baseball and stuff with and work together and can stay at Nova Group for a long time and make a living wage doing so. So anyway,
Taylor,
if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I have a question for Taylor. So where were you? What were you doing before you came into the program?
Before the welding program, I was actually I was welding for a small local shop here in town, making ornamental gates and stuff like that for vineyards and large homes. I did that, and then in 2008 I was laid off, and so my opportunities were pretty squashed at that point. So I came back into the program to try to give myself a leg up by getting a certification. And once I got to, at that time it was a 2-year-long program. Once I got to the point where I had the certification, the associate's degree was close enough to where I said, well, hey, why not just go ahead and finish off and get that also.
That's great. Congratulations on your progress.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
Do you need machinists, machine tool technology programs?
So we're basically a fabricator. We weld and do structural paint, fiberglass. We don't do a lot of machining in-house, and that's mostly because we just don't have the demand in our industry. What we do is we outsource, or but it's all done basically in the Bay Area for the most part. Not to say that it doesn't exist within the industry. We just, as Nova Group, we're mostly a large fabricator. Pipe welding is our focus. So, we have a few machines that I play with, but pretty much for the most part. And no, we're not a big machinist organization.
And Taylor, you might be a future congressman. Our congressman started out in our welding program.
Sounds good.
Right, well, thanks for giving us the opportunity to come and talk to you guys.
Thank you.
Check out the material I passed around. Sorry there weren't more, but just kind of give you some quick pictures of what we do and what we've built all over the world. So, right out of Napa. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
So I want to take this opportunity to also acknowledge the work of the welding program coordinator. So while Eric told you what he had done to the program, I wanted to just make sure to kind of emphasize that it's a risk when we change the way we offer courses in a program, and we don't know if it will work. So Eric had this idea to take all those welding courses and put them in 1 year, and then they can finish their degree after they're employed in industry. It has been a complete revolutionized way of offering courses in that program. It is full. It's over full, actually, and for the first summer ever, we're offering boot camps. So Eric is currently teaching a little over 2 weeks of a full day every Monday through Thursday boot camp with primarily high school students who will then be able, once they complete the summer boot camps, then when they leave high school or even before, depending on the course offerings, continue on in welding. And it's always a challenge when you redo things, and he came in and straightened it up and has really changed our program, and we now have stackable certificates in the program, so students can also complete lower unit certificates as they go through, which prepare them for different levels in industry. So it's important that we acknowledge the work that the program coordinator has done to really get this done, and the work that he does with those students. He treats that classroom like a job site. One day, I'm walking by, he's outside looking around. I'm like, what's going on? He said, one of them's not in there. So, so he expects them to be in class, to be on task, and to do good work. And they meet that expectation. So thank you.
That's great. Thank you. And thank you so much, Eric Wade, since we have multiple Erics in the room. Okay, and now we're moving on to 8.1, Administrative Confidential Employee of the Year.
Good evening. I apologize. I don't have much of a voice left, so I'm a little on the deep side here speaking today. So it's with great pleasure I want to introduce or to publicly acknowledge the Administrative Confidential for the year. What that is an opportunity. What happens is we go out, and anybody on the campus, any employee, has the ability to recognize an administrator or a confidential person and recommend them and say, we think they represent the college values, that they are really somebody that is showing the values of the college. So we solicit nominations, and this year we had 6. That then goes to a committee that confidentially reviews all of those award or all of those the recommendations, and then does a vote, and we then elect that one person who we recognize both as the Administrative Confidential of the Year. This year, it's with great pleasure that we have Oscar DeHaro, Vice President of It also helps that he's my boss. But no, actually, I mean, if you want a perfect example of somebody who embodies everything about the college, the commitment to students, growing employees, giving people things to do, really always committed to the college. I mean, Oscar, taught at was at the college originally, did his stint in Purgatory, i.e. Mendocino, and then comes back to the college and has continued to grow and just works throughout there. And just by way of just a little token of the college's gratitude, I had red originally, but I had to get traded in for a white. But I wanted to make sure that we give you a college bottle of wine in the recognition publicly of the Administrator Confidential of the Year.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Say that this is a very bittersweet it's a moment for me. Sweet because it's very humbling, and I'm very honored. And bitter because I stopped drinking last week. Again, thank you.
Can you give him the red anyway? I'll help him. We're going to watch soccer. We're going to watch the game. So
You still got a Cabernet sitting in my office now.
Thank you, Ken, and congratulations, Oscar. We think you're every year the Employee of the Year.
Yes, 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 yes.
All right, 8.2, recognition. Bay Area Student Veteran Leadership Council recognizes Lynette Cortez. And of course, she has Doggy with her, as usual.
Thank you for having me. My name is Natalie Chang, and I'm the Student Veteran Organization President here on campus and a member of the Bay Area Student Veteran Leadership Council. Our council consists of 20 institutes in the Bay Area, and we have student veteran leaders from JCs, UCs, CSUs, and even graduate programs. And all of this is made possible by the San Francisco VA healthcare system and the Presidio Trust. So we value and recognize the men and women working at the schools who are effective, motivated, and passionate about helping student veterans meet their educational goals. The Bay Area Student Veteran Leadership Council Student School Support Award was established to honor the member of our academic community who helps student veterans succeed. The student veterans of Napa Valley College nominated Lynette Cortez for the 2017 and 18 School Support Award in recognition of her tireless effort in helping student veterans. She does a really good job at that, really. I'm truly thankful for Lynette's continuous service and dedication to student veterans. We have a special guest here today to present this certificate, and the director of the Student Veteran Health Program with the San Francisco VA healthcare system, Mr. Keith Armstrong.
It's really an honor to be here, and Natalie is very understated with her own contribution to our Student Veteran Leadership Council. She's been phenomenal as a member of that group, and it's really been a wonderful group to help facilitate. It's really, I see the group as the sort of future leaders of our country getting together and planning how to have better student veteran programs across the Bay Area, and actually the work that we've done on that committee is gone national, and we work closely with the Student Veterans of America who learn from us, actually. So it's a real tribute to Natalie and her colleagues. And about to present this to Lynette, and just to let you know, this is an incredibly competitive award, a nomination to get. The folks that get nominated and the student veterans themselves make the determination as to, who gets nominated and who goes on to win. And I just want to really emphasize that it's no joke to get this. This is impressive. So Lynette, come on up. And as you can see, it's signed by every student veteran leader in the Bay Area.
Oh.
So
Thank
there you go.
you.
So thank you so much.
Thank you so
really,
much, Rob.
really done great
Thank
work.
you.
Thank you so much.
All right, so I don't know what it is. I never prepare anything to say for these things, but in my defense, the last certificate I won was for a Halloween costume contest. So I don't know which one I appreciate more, but no, definitely this one. Thank you so much, Natalie, for the nomination and for all you've done for our last Veterans Club leader. Well, our last two have had to leave recently and have either moved on or had life come up. And Natalie really stepped up, and she's been amazing, and our whole club has been going out and doing so much. Also, thank you to our administration. I appreciate all you do so much. Anything I need, Oscar, Patty, Ron, you're all there to help, and I appreciate it. Linda, thank you for being there for support. And Keith, thank you for putting this together. I appreciate everything. Thank you.
Nice.
All right.
Thank you to Linda. She's a lot of support.
Congratulations, Lynette. Very well deserved. Thank you. All right, public hearing 9.1. I will open up the public hearing. Are there any comments on the public hearing? Hearing none. Public hearing closed. And now we go to...
Somebody raised their hand.
There was?
Said that, yeah. Right there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, on public hearing or public comment? Okay. That's coming right up. All right, now we're on to 10.1, public comment. Public comment and guidelines. At this time, the board will devote a total of up to 15 minutes for comments to the Board of Trustees regarding any subject not appearing as an agenda item for this meeting, but over which the board has jurisdiction. The public may ask the board to place an item related to the business of the district on future board agenda. No action or discussion will occur at this time on such items. Individuals will be limited to 5-minute presentations. At this time, the board chair will poll those in attendance regarding their intent to speak on any item on the agenda. And Liz, I got a couple cards here. I don't think I have a card here for you, but that's okay. I know that you want to speak. So I think the first card, or no, I just have one card on public comment. James Hinton.
Good evening, James Hinton, 3574 Hunter Circle, Napa, California. Would it be possible to print up some agendas for us in the audience? We've been here for about an hour, and none of us know how to fill out the speaker cards with the right item numbers so we can get our cards in. Would that be possible to get a couple agendas? Thanks.
Thank you. And Liz? Alessio, it looks like you have something to comment.
Hello, good evening. My name is Liz Alessio. I'm a lifetime Napa resident and a Napa Valley College alum. I even currently take classes out here at the college when time allows, and I just have some appreciation that I want to express to the board and to Dr. Kraft. First, I want to thank you for being willing to look at housing for students and for staff. As we know, these are hard economic times. The majority of students who are looking for a pathway to a prosperous future attend Napa Valley College. It's a beautiful college, but it's not easy for them financially. And as housing has become more and more scarce and difficult, and we have so many of our young adults and all ages couch surfing, not having secure housing, not having access to healthy food, Napa Valley College has really stepped up, and you continue to step up. And I thank you for that, for being strong advocates for those who are attending this college, both who are residents and who are moving here. I also want to thank you for looking at continuing to improve the college campus and your programs and services. I've seen the improvements. I've seen the morale boost, the student spirit really boost, and those improvements. And so I thank you for that too. And the partnership that you have in the community. As some of you know, I've been running a nonprofit community effort that sends care packages to our deployed service members. A week from this Saturday on June 23rd, you're once again going to host a summer care package effort operation with Love from Home. We're borrowing your facilities, and we'll be filling and shipping 650 care packages to be sent overseas to those who are currently serving in combat zones. This is an opportunity where not only your students, but local residents, veterans, military families can come together and just fill care packages. It's a beautiful event if you're not busy. I would love for you to attend, and we have a flyer on that. In addition, as a mother of a Marine and somebody who was a caregiver for a combat veteran who suffered with pretty acute post-traumatic stress and traumatic brain injury, you helped house a program that I founded called Homefront. Our veterans need support, but so do their caregivers, which is often the girlfriends, the wives, the parents, the best friends, even the neighbors. When a veteran comes home, it's not easy. Even if he doesn't have combat stress, just the transitional stress of going from the military culture to civilian culture is difficult. My son went through that. And then you have a veteran who is actually in harm's way and had to deal with, the trauma of battle. It just really adds to that. And so the caregivers play an important role as they continue to transition, as they continue to heal. And you gave Homefront a home. And I thank you for that. So just a few words of appreciation. Thank you for all your good work. And let's keep it up.
Thank you, Liz. Really appreciate it. Do we have another? Ruskell, public comment? Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ruskell Kayong. I'm speaking as an individual, not as a Vallejo School Board member for almost 4 years. As a former board member here, serving on this board with my colleagues that I recognize, I do want to thank my colleague, Trustee Amy Martinson, for attending our last Vallejo School Board meeting, participating, sharing best practices in regards to financing school construction bonds. Our facilities, of course, needs help, and it's not just a local issue, it's happening statewide. We need to lobby our state legislature to, especially on the governor, to release the bond funds that were passed by voters 2 years ago, because right now it's held up in the legislature. So I encourage the board to have a resolution at your next coming meeting so that school districts, community colleges can apply for state bond funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? All right, hearing none, we will close public comment. And we will go to our constituent group reports, starting with our Academic Senate President, Amanda Badgett.
Good evening, Board. First off, congratulations to Oscar DeHaro for being named Administrator Confidential of the Year. In addition to being a fierce advocate for students, Oscar has been incredibly supportive of faculty, and I have worked with Oscar both in my capacity as Senate President, but also as a faculty member, and he has always proven to be incredibly supportive. So thank you and congratulations. As it is June, and visions of poolside lounging or barbecues abound, many of my faculty colleagues still remain busy. Summer school began this week, and some of my colleagues have returned to the classroom. Certainly my colleagues in counseling have continued to work very hard helping students with ed plans and schedules and such. We've heard already from Diana among the courses we are offering this summer. My colleagues in DDGT, Gary Strawman, and Merrick McKeag in Hospitality and Tourism Management, these are part of the high school CTE boot camp, as well as our welding program, which we've now heard wonderful things about. Also, hardest working man in show business, Merrick McKeag's also got the food truck, Scholar Eats, providing tasty treats at Napa's newest summertime attraction, the Silverados baseball games. So that's just a sampling of what my faculty colleagues are working on right now. Beyond our campus, there's plenty of activity going on at the state level. On May 30th, there was a day of advocacy held in Sacramento. I did not attend. I was on a hiring committee. That would be the other thing my faculty colleagues are doing this summer is serving on hiring committees. This was an opportunity for faculty, students, administrators, and just supporters of community colleges in the state to voice opposition to the current actions of the Chancellor and the Board of Governors. This would be specifically around the establishment of a 100% online community college, as well as the new funding formula. And beyond just those two issues, certainly my colleagues at the state Senate level feel that there is a profound lack of consultation and getting faculty voice. And if you want to hear more about that, there was an article in the Sacramento Bee just a couple of days ago focusing on specifically faculty dissent related to those two issues and towards the current chancellor. So in any case, as it is June, and at some point I'd like to be able to get a little break, I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
But I thought faculty just had this leisurely all summer, right? Isn't that? All right. Administrative Confidential Senate Report, Ken Arnold.
Sorry, good evening. Once again, we'd like to thank, show our appreciation to Oscar for being the Administrative Confidential of the Year. I think it's was a really good choice on behalf of everyone at the college because, again, it's not just the administrators voting for an administrator. This is a selection that is done by the entire college community. Not much to report with regards to the Administrative Senate. We are rolling into summer, so a lot of folks are trying to fit vacations in here and there and do things, so we don't have a lot to report there. What I will talk about real quick is that we are gearing up for leadership. We are starting to recruit for the Leadership 6 class, and thank you, Trustee Baker, for will be attending, and we're excited to have that happen. So we're out looking for folks who are going to want to do that. That will start on August 24th. It is we will be continuing to develop that leadership legacy. The leadership program itself has been involved in now we have established a not so much a peer mentoring, but a peer advice group of people within the leadership or leadership graduates who have volunteered to help new employees. So we have a system now where as a new employee comes to the college and they say, I'd like to have somebody to go talk to, have a coffee with, maybe figure out this particular system or figure out this particular thing. How do I move this forward? And so we've created now where we have an informal relationship where we meet, we match those folks up. Again, it is you lead from all levels and all positions, so we're not necessarily matching administrator with administrator, classified with classified. It could be it's sort of to borrow a military term, rank indifferent. It doesn't really matter. So that program has kicked off, and we're doing that. And then the final project that we're looking at for leadership coming up is in the conference rooms. We're going to be putting up we're sort of creating banner signs, and they'll be going up in conference rooms. Then basically it reminds everybody is how does your decision affect the students? And so it's a tangible way to be looking at and above the whiteboard every time you're thinking about what you're doing is how does that affect the students? And if it doesn't have, and I think if you can't answer the question, then you got to wonder why are we, maybe I'm going to get out of some meetings that way, all right, that was trying to be funny, but I'll leave it at that though. So leadership continues. If you're interested for anything and like to take a look at that program, do a deeper dive on it sometime, please let me know.
Thank you, Ken. Associate Students of Napa Valley College report, Rafael Manzo.
Good evening, Board. Well, it is the month of June, which marks for us the start of a new academic year and the start of a brand new Associated Student Board. Our elections were completed last semester, and now you have your new student trustee from now until next May. And I will serve my second presidency from now until next May. So it's really June and July, the summer months, or the summer session months, are really our orientation period. I don't have much to report tonight. That said, we don't. Historically, ASMAC doesn't do too much in the summertime because it could be we could have a newly elected student who has never served on ASMBC before, so they're really learning their job from the ground up. So it's our orientation period. There's not much to report. But what I would like to say that I said a year ago, when I first became when I became president the first time, I remember in my report I said a few things, and that was just kind of to really clarify the point that we're a new team. We're a whole new collection of students put together, and we are going to really redefine what we want to do this year, what our goals are, what our vision is, what initiatives we want to support or create from scratch, from new, ways we want to innovate, etc. It's really all up to this team. It's a brand new team, and as president of this team versus last year's team, I've got to honor whatever direction they want us to go as well. It's not just how I want us to proceed or anything. And I remember last year I also went ahead and I went even further, and I said, those of you who have been here at this college for years, many, many years of service, if you have any preconceptions or past experiences, I should say, of what a student government does on this campus, if there are ways over the years in which previous student governments let you down or didn't quite, serve to what you would have liked or at the capacity that you would have really wanted in terms of student representatives, it's a new year, it's a new team. All of these students are going to be starting from day one, and so it's really, really exciting. And I hope that you will give them all the benefit of not doubt, but belief, the benefit of your belief that they're a brand new team and they are capable of accomplishing just about anything. So I look forward to what the year brings. I learned a lot last year in my first presidency, and I'll do what I can, what's within my power to really prepare them and really help make the college better for students and for all. So that's really all I have to say. It's our orientation period, but we are just going to keep going, and I'm looking forward to the 4th of July parade next month. We always try to have a few students participate in that. So there you have it. Thank you very much. Oh, and I have an evening class for summer that I will be just on time for. So, but just for June and July, in August and beyond, hopefully I'll be able to stay in for the whole thing. I'm no stranger to these 11 p.m. end times. I'm in for the long haul with you all. I did it last year, and I'll do it again. So see you next time.
Thank you, Raphael. And you reminded me of something. I feel remiss that we did not take a minute to welcome our new student trustee, Huzaifa. Welcome so much to the Board of Trustees. We had a busy start to our meeting this evening, and I have to say it just kind of flew right past me, but maybe that's a good thing. It seemed like you've been here forever, right? All right, so 11.4 and 11.5, Jan Chart and Michael Rafer do not appear to be here, so we will move to 11.6, Christy Iwamoto.
Good evening, Board, and congratulations, Oscar DeHaro, very well deserved. The Faculty Association Executive Board has not met since our last board meeting. This is generally the quietest time of the year for the Faculty Association. Going to knock on wood here. But so far it's been okay. I did want to mention that recently I received an official letter from PERB, the Public Employee Relations Board, granting what was originally our joint application for from the Faculty Association and the district to allow the association to represent more of our part-time faculty. As some of you may know, our former contract allowed us to represent all full-time faculty, the Faculty Association, but part-time faculty only after they had been teaching for 3 semesters. And after multiple tries at it, jointly and individually, we finally got an official letter saying that we can now represent our part-time faculty after their 2nd semester. And we will continue to move forward toward representation of all faculty at Napa Valley College. I wanted to thank the district for their joint effort with us on this. And, in my opinion, when we're able to give everyone access to equal representation and due process, we move toward a far more equitable college environment and a fair environment. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We will move on to 12.1, Napa Valley College Foundation. I don't see Ann.
I have a few comments that they asked me to share. The foundation wishes you all a happy summer. They also say that the planning and funding for the capital campaign and the Wine Education Center and lab and classrooms is under planning and is now in the campaign stage. So they're starting to make contacts throughout the region. Just as a piece of logistics, the foundation wishes to thank the instructional side of the house for giving them the loan of the Performing Arts Center and some classrooms. It was a gracious thing, and they were very honored to be able to use that as a swing space, and they're moving back to the 1500 building, this building, come late August. So with that, that's what they wanted me to share.
Cabinets report 12.2, where do we want to start?
Start with Eric and move around.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. So I just have a few things for you here this evening. First off, just a little update on the summer enrollment. So as was mentioned earlier, summer school started this week. And it actually was interesting. I logged in yesterday morning to check enrollment numbers. And I don't know that I see this very often, but the enrollment number was the identical number that we had the same day last summer. So it was neither up nor down. It was the exact number, 3,000 and some odd students, or enrollments, I should say. So very good. We're really pleased to see that, especially because we are still applying a more conservative approach to scheduling classes, as I've talked with you about previously, where we scheduled fewer sections than we did the previous summer, but we still have the same enrollment, which means that each section has more students in it, so we get a better fill rate out of our classes that way. And we have very few that were on wait lists for this summer, and there was no cluster of students on any particular wait list. So I think we dialed it in just about perfectly for classes this summer, so really pleased with where we're at going into the summer session. And we are continuing to monitor as fall enrollments have also begun as well. You already heard about the welding program tonight. Again, I just want to take the opportunity, even though Eric and the guests have left here, just to highlight how strong that program is and how much work Eric as the coordinator has done and the incredible outreach that they're doing with industry here in the Valley. It is a real boon to our students to have a program like that that actually provides them with that level of training and has that great a connection with the industry that the students are actually going to be going into. So I wanted to take just a moment here to thank them for that. A few more things we've got going on. So just a brief update on AB 705 implementation. Again, I'm going to bring this up every single month. Not a whole lot of new news to tell you at this point. Again, AB 705 is the assembly bill that changes remedial education in the community college system, and that will, in essence, have us move towards placing students directly into college-level math and English if they have graduated high school with certain criteria, and then provide supports for them once we've placed them into those courses. And so it's a pretty big shift that we're looking at. The implementation for that is fall of 2019, so it is not this coming year, but we're continuing to look at it. I do have a group that's going down to Riverside in July that includes faculty from the English department in particular, where we're going to be going to the Summer Curriculum Institute that's hosted by the Academic Senate for the California Community Colleges, and AB 705 implementation is one of the major topics that's going to be covered. So it'll give them an opportunity to talk with their colleagues from all 114 other community colleges and hear what other people are doing and how they're looking at handling that. So I'm glad that we have the opportunity to take them with us. So that will be in July that we'll be taking faculty down there, as well as a few administrators. So just a few miscellaneous things for you here tonight. We're still working on guided pathways. You'll hear more about that in the fall. We did have a group from our guided pathways leadership team that went to the second installment of the Leading from the Middle Academy. And we have a big Flex Day plan that's going to be touching on some of the aspects of guided pathways. So that group is working on the implementation and the planning for our Flex Day coming up in August related to that. Couple of things that will be coming on down the line here. So there are some changes coming down from the Chancellor's office regarding curriculum. It's going to be a very positive change for us here locally and for all 114 community colleges. They are loosening the iron-fisted grip they have often had on curriculum approval at the state level, and really allowing us to have the statutory authority that we do have for curriculum approval locally. So it's really going to help us streamline our curriculum process to reduce the amount of time it takes for us to develop a program and develop a course. So this last year, we had implemented a new course approval process that streamlined it, so it took 72 hours at the Chancellor's office. New programs, that is a degree or a certificate, we're still taking months oftentimes. Starting this fall, most of those certificates and programs will also have local approval, which should mean a 72-hour turnaround time once we're done with our work here on campus. So we're really, really excited about that coming down, and so we're making some modifications to Title V and the guidance documents around Title V to allow that to happen. So it should help streamline how we do curriculum here at our local college. Finally, Police Academy graduation, Saturday, this June 16th. If you don't have it on your calendar yet, we'd love to see you there. If you need more details about it, please talk to me during our break or after the meeting. I'd be happy to give you more details on it. A couple of brief things that I have been up to. So I recently had the opportunity to serve as a judge for Senator Mike Thompson's art competition that actually each district does around the nation every year, where high school art students submit work to their local congressman. There's a judging process that happens, and the winner for that district has their work on display in the tunnel in between the two chambers of Congress up in Washington, D.C. for a year, and the student gets to go to Washington, D.C. With one person that they get to bring along to see their work actually installed in that location and get to visit with Mike Thompson up in Washington, D.C. So I was really proud to represent the college again in doing the judging for that competition. And the winner was not from Napa this time, but again, Napa had a wonderfully strong showing, and it was a great opportunity for me to meet with and talk to my colleagues in the high schools here as well in the art program. And then finally, I've also been reappointed to the State Curriculum Committee this coming year. So I will be continuing my service on the California Community College Curriculum Committee as an appointee of the Chief Instructional Officers Executive Committee for the state of California. So looking forward to continued service in that and helping to keep Napa on top of everything that's happening on the curriculum front out there. And with that, I will end my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Oscar?
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, Amanda, the sentiments are mutual. Thank you very much. Appreciate it very much. There's just a couple of things I want to share. One is Dr. Kraft shared some of the highlights during commencement, but I just wanted to repeat them for those of you who may not have been there. This year, it was large commencement. It was a great group. We had 763 graduates, which received a total of 1,163 degrees and certificates. The attendance was one of the largest that we've had. Excuse me. And this photo here demonstrates the approximate 2,200 folks who were present. And you see there's a huge crowd. It's a beautiful crowd, and this is what makes commencement so special, by having the families and the loved ones of our graduates there, as well as the faculty and staff and administrators. The other thing I want to share is that next week, Sharo, Bob Harris and I will be attending a 3-day workshop on Title IX at Cabrillo College. And so the idea here is for us to become certified and how to better understand and how to implement our Title IX rules and regulations. So with that, once again, I just want to say thank you to everyone for your applause and for your great comments. Chief, thank you very much, and thank you.
Thank you, Oscar. Congratulations again. Bob?
Just a few things to report. First of all, since the last board meeting, I had the opportunity to represent the college. Doug Ernst dragged me from my desk and took me out to 3 community meetings. So I met with the Kiwanis Club of Greater Napa on May 23rd, and then the Sons in Retirement at lunch on June 5th, and the North Napa Rotary at dinner on June 5th. So I was well fed that day. In institutional technology, you may have seen some emails that circulated that we were planning to do an upgrade of the power supply backup in the server room. We were going to do that on June 8th. We actually had to cancel that. The vendor we were working with was missing some of the required equipment, and so it wouldn't have been a good thing. And so we're planning to do it this summer. It will be before the start of the fall semester, but we don't want to interrupt any services while instruction is taking place. In facilities, you are going to see an updated facilities project list tonight, as well as our Chancellor's Office 5-year capital outlay construction plan. Those are both being presented to you tonight. And the big news in administrative services is that after months of talking about it, yesterday morning we actually sold the bonds to refinance our Series C bonds that were outstanding from the initial bond measure. As we've discussed before, these bonds are convertible capital appreciation bonds, which means they are capital appreciation bonds for the first 3 years, and then switch to being current interest bonds from that point forward. By doing the refinancing, if you compare what we would have paid in debt service on the old bonds to what we're paying in debt service on the new bonds, it's a total cash savings of $17.9 million, which is a present value of $12.8 million, and that exceeds the estimates that we had presented to you when we first started talking about this refinancing. I do want to point out I failed to include two pieces of information here, so I'll share them with you. Our bonds were oversubscribed in that we had 2 times the number of people wanting to buy our bonds than we actually had bonds to sell. And so that's a great position to be in. There was lots of interest in the bonds. And the other thing that was amazing even to our bond underwriters is that 8.7% of our bonds were purchased by individual investors. So typically it's most of these bonds are purchased by large corporate investors, investment funds and retirement funds. But 8.7% of our bonds were purchased by people who said, I want to take $5,000 and invest in bonds from Napa Valley Community College. So pretty exciting. And then finally, we retained our ratings of an AA- from Standard & Poor's and an AA2 from Moody's. So they restated their confidence in Napa Valley Community College District and also in the Napa Valley itself. But they also both said that they would be as we become, as they put it, further entrenched in community-supported status, meaning more than just 1 year, that could definitely lead to an upgrade in the future. And that concludes my report.
Excellent. All good news and exceeded what we had even hoped for. So that's excellent, excellent news. Charo, do you have a report tonight?
Well, the Office of Human Resources have definitely been busy completing many of the recruitments that we have going on. In addition to the Title IX training that myself and my colleagues will be attending, we are also holding a summer training schedule for administrators and confidentials. And this summer, we're training on sexual harassment, project management, which is a 3-day training course, managing employees under a collective bargaining agreement, human processes and procedures, and wellness and safety. And we look forward every summer to offering similar offerings to our administrative and confidential group. Thank you.
Thank you. Where are we here? Let me make sure. Doug, are you out there? Oh, there you are. I was looking around. Hi, Public Information Officer.
Good evening, Board. I have another wonderful report, about 63 pages of news articles, but although I'm proud of that, there's a lot more going on since the time I filed that report. I'm just so proud of the communication that's going back and forth between the college and the community. I feel uncomfortable just leaving it that. Just if you could give me 3 or 4 minutes. Grad night took place last week. We had hundreds of teenagers here, thanks to the college hosting. This is saving lives. We had an elder abuse prevention seminar today. 100 people were in the pack learning how to keep elders safe in our community. Silverados have won 6 straight games. People are coming out and watching the games. Get Silver Fever. Psychiatric technicians, every one of those who graduated, the 18 who graduated, got jobs across the street. Barbara Alexander retired, or is moving on to bigger and better things. There's a story coming out on that. It's a great story. I know the author. It's wonderful. You're going to love it. Chris Burdett was honored at the foundation luncheon for his donations to the college foundation for, he's so grateful. Festival Napa Valley is coming to Napa Valley College. They're moving their venues to this college. There's a lot of things going on. And just this last week, 40 to 50 middle school students from our Napa Valley Unified are learning robotics thanks to Napa Learns and 3 Napa Valley College students who are mentoring. There's a lot going on, folks. The college is doing a lot of community service. And although I'm proud of that report, I think I'm just proud of the college. I'm proud of you. I congratulate the board, and I thank you for this time.
Thank you, Doug.
Thanks, Doug. It's good. Normally it's a sleepy summer, but we seem to be popping more here. I'm going to move into my report. I'm sorry, no, please.
Can I just add one thing to
Oh,
Doug's?
of course, yeah.
So you mentioned PsychTech, respiratory therapy, as well, 100% placement, and that they're going to be receiving a national award. Go ahead.
Respiratory care?
Not to steal your thunder, but I was pretty excited that night when they graduated.
That'll be on next month's report.
Okay.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to mention, now that I'm seeing you in action, is Wednesday night, you and Sherry presented to the American Canyon Kiwanis. And the reviews are glowing, just as Bob Parker's reviews were glowing, in front of the biggest club in Napa. 250 people. Thank you for joining our speaker bureau.
Actually, I included a photo of Bob in my report, which we might go to right now. Just scroll down here. We'll just jump to it. There he is in action. Yeah, I can't let you off the hook so badly. If we can scroll back up a little bit, thank you. A couple things. I did attend the In-Case Elder Abuse Symposium this morning. In-Case started as a club here at the college and has grown in terms of its relationship to an organization, and they're seeking, the next step is a 501c3, and they would like to continue to expand. As we all know, seniors as a cohort in the community represent nearly 40 to 50% of Napa Valley. So they are speaking to our student population and to the community in a way that's strongly supportive. They are a college club and an affiliate through the District Auxiliary Services as a partner. So thank you, Carolee, for all that work and making that happen as well. It was good to see those 100 in there, and they're doing, as Doug said, they're doing good work. They really are saving lives, helping elders understand the risks available. And if you, like me, have been around people who have been defrauded in their old age, it's a terrible, terrible thing. So there are some really good pieces going there. I met with Allison, help me last name, DA? Yes, Allison Haley this morning, and just talking to her a little bit about district attorneys' focus. So they recognize that we're a target, and they're kind of ramping up their enforcement as well. To Amanda in the Senate's conversation about the state, there are a lot of fundamental changes happening across the state. I just put an article there without comment or endorsement about they did reach agreement on a new funding formula, but it is not like any new thing very well understood. So we'll have to kind of figure it out as we go. There are a lot of there's a lot of information there. You're free to take a look at it, and as we move through the year, Bob will report back out on that. And I don't think there's anything negative that in a surprise way for us, but it's good to kind of be clued in. The other piece that Amanda also mentioned was the online college, which is more of a legislative approach than the Chancellor's Office approach, but the Chancellor's Office has championed it, not without great controversy. The CEOs generally through the state feel the same as the other large groups and are very skeptical of the rollout, so we'll have to see how it will shake out. And you can see why. Some colleges are highly dependent on their distance education and web-based programs. So, if you're perceiving that your FTE will drop because there's another neutral player in town. It can be quite distressing, to say the least, out there. Affordable housing, just a quick note on affordable housing. We've had discussions and continue to have discussions over the past 6 or 7 months. As you remember, we took a bit of a hiatus, with the fires and all of that to see where we were landing. We're working on an RFP that will come out through Administrative Services during the summer that will do exactly what the board has talked about, and that is to address the feasibility and do a market study. And I think finally, Napa Valley Writers Conference, a good one, July 29th up through August 3rd. I was surprised when I got here several years ago, almost 7 years ago now, looking at just the Writers Conference and seeing the quality of people there. And it is quite extraordinary. So it's, again, one of those things, a Napa thing that we may take for granted, but if you go to other parts of the country, it's quite famous. People target that our particular Writers Conference from all over the United States and internationally as well. With that, I would also just congratulate one more time, as Oscar can't get enough praise, so I thought I would give him a little more, right? Yes, congratulations, Oscar.
Can I ask a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
About the funding formula? So now that we're community supported, are we affected by that performance-based funding piece?
Yeah, Bob, in fact, we thought this question might come up. Yeah, please.
Right, so the funding formula is a change in the way that the state calculates our total computational revenue. And so, we've talked a lot about how the state says this is how much money that you need to run your college, and here are the 3 ways that you can get it. And so we're not seeing that the new funding formula would significantly increase or significantly decrease what we would receive or what the state would calculate as our total computational revenue. So I guess that's a long way of saying no.
Yeah. Thank you. We're all done.
Thank you. We move on to 13.1, approval of minutes.
There's just one change.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't catch it till just right before the meeting. Hold on a second, sorry. It's the Godby survey item.
What's the item number on that?
Let's see, hold on just a second, one moment. 59. Yeah, so the amended motion, Trustee Baldini voted for that, along with the student trustee and I.
I'll concur with that.
You concur with that?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
I thought it was, you had said then after that it was a mistake, no?
No, that was the
Something else.
That was something else.
Okay. Okay, so minutes approved with the amendment of Trustee Baldini's vote. All right? All right, thank you. We will move into 14.1, update on bond feasibility. And I have a couple of speakers, public comment on that. We have, let's see, that's 14.1, James Hinton. And he's not here? Right? Okay. I think that's it on that particular item. All right, so then we'll go on to who, Bob? Is that you?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, tonight for the feasibility update that we have been doing each month. If you'll recall, last month we walked the board through the same PowerPoint that we have shown you, just basic information. And what we thought we'd bring in tonight was what we talked about last time, as you saw, was a project list. The EMP led to the FMP, the Educational Master Plan led to the Facilities Master Plan, which led to a broader project list. And Bob and team have now another presentation.
Yeah, so this is an update to the overall, at the last meeting we presented the updated PowerPoint that included dollar amounts for each of the projects. And so this is, we've sharpened our pencils, we've looked at those project costs, and we have now revised those project costs, and that's what we're presenting you with tonight. And so on this spreadsheet, you can see that very first column of numbers. Those are the original numbers that we presented to you at the last board meeting. And then based on some revisions that we made, what you see in the second or revised column are those revised dollar amounts. We've also broken the projects into what we're calling Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. So Tier 1 would be the projects that would be, we would embark upon first in any construction program that we would go through. Tier 2 would be the next wave, and then Tier 3 is basically made up of some general improvements to some buildings. So if we look at, there was no change to the 200 building. Remember the 200 building, and I'm sorry, Matt is not here tonight to point to the map, but the 200 building is located up there by the Performing Arts Center and the new gym, the 400 building. And that's a general classroom building. That remains at the $26.3 million. The 1100 building, which is the new student affairs or student center building, we've revised the cost of that building down. What was driving the costs up for that building was partially due to the fact that it was projected to be a 3-story building. If we reduce it to a 2-story building and combine some of the spaces in that building, so some of the gathering spaces, lobby spaces in that building, we can recognize some reductions in the overall costs, and so that's reduced down to $48.3 million. The 2200 building, is the new science lab building. There were two versions of that building, the base building and then an expanded building. We've pulled back to the base building. What is eliminated in the base building, you can see there's not a huge cost savings there, but what's eliminated in the base building that was in the larger building is moving the Maker Lab into that building. We will leave the Maker Lab in a renovated 1800 building. We'll also leave some office spaces in a renovated 1800 building, and so the size of that building is reduced a bit. If we move down to the renovations and modernizations, the 100 building, the Performing Arts Center, that was replacing the sound system and other equipment in that building. We've removed that from this list, and it's now part of scheduled maintenance and instructional equipment. The 400 building, which was the North Gym, the only thing that was listed there was to attach the walkway that currently exists to connect that with the 200 building. Those costs are actually now reflected in the 200 building. So that eliminates that. If we look at the 600 building, the gymnasium, which includes field improvements, we've reduced that significantly by getting better information about the cost of the field improvements specifically, but other improvements in that building. The same is true with the 800 building, so just restructuring those improvements. The next change is in the 1200 building. The 1200 building is the Little Theater, and we've pulled those renovations or improvements back to be in line with the cost of the improvements for other similar buildings on campus. There were some significant changes that were contemplated in that original cost. Those changes have been reduced to a more realistic level compared to, as you see, the next two buildings, the 1400 and the 1600 building. They're general classroom buildings. The next changes, as you look at the 1300, 1500, and 1700 buildings. Now we're sitting in the 1500 building. The 1300 building is where Student Affairs is currently located, and the 1700 building is the library. And so saying that the improvements that we need to make to those buildings could be limited to a number closer to $1 million, and so that pulls that number down. The same is true with renovations and improvements planned for the Mount Veeder farm at Bumpy Camp. And finally, the other significant change is infrastructure. And we've removed some projects from the infrastructure list. For example, we had a project in the infrastructure list which was to seismically retrofit, if that's a term you can use, the trellises. It probably makes more sense if we're redesigning the whole area to remove those trellises and come up with a new design for the central walkway on campus. And so that was significant savings. You also saw, if you looked at the clippings service, that there was an article about the roadway connecting the campus to Imola. That was a significant project that was listed in infrastructure. That's been pulled out of the infrastructure list. And so those are the two significant changes that were made. So if we scroll over, there's one other change I want to point out to you, and that is that we now have a column listed here for state funds. And those state funds are matching funds to help with the renovations on the 3100 building, which is the welding and machine tool building. You will see when we get to the presentation of the 5-year capital improvements or capital projects that we're submitting to the state, that that's the #1 project listed. And it's not because it is the first project that we would do, but it is a project that we are more likely to qualify for state matching funds. And you heard a speaker comment that we should be encouraging the state to issue more of those bonds. And so we're hoping, and certainly the state chancellor's office is hopeful, that more of those, or a significant amount of money was authorized for improvement bonds for K-12 and community college districts, but not much of that has been issued at this point. And so the state chancellor's office believes that those funds will start to flow again, and so we would be, for that 3100 building, most likely to qualify. So if you look at our total costs for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, Tier 1 comes in at almost 196 million. Tier 2 is 23.6 million. Tier 3 is 5.3. Private funding, that reflects fundraising by the Napa Valley College Foundation for the VWT building. And then finally, state funds, those would be those matching funds for the 3100 building. And so overall project costs were originally $298 million. They're now $233, almost $234 million. So those are the changes that we've made to the costing for the project list since the last time we spoke. Yes.
So building 600 with the gymnasium and including the field improvements, does the new change reflect raising the field for the flooding?
It does, yes.
So where was the big savings at?
So most of the big savings, first of all, we had a very large number in there for field improvements because we didn't have, that was our best estimate at that time. We've gotten better information since that time, which reduces that, pretty much cuts that cost in half from what we had in there. The other things that were in that building, and it's very similar to the changes that we made to our projection for the Little Theater or the 1200 building, is that changes that were contemplated were in some areas almost rebuilding or changing the interior structure of the building. We've scaled that back to a more realistic and reasonable number, which still gets us to where we want to be, but makes better use of the existing structure itself.
But go ahead, Amy.
Since you brought up raising the field, a while back we had a speaker talking about applying for Measure AA monies. And since we're already being affected by sea rise with the baseball field, I'm just wondering if anybody's looked into maybe funding that piece with those Measure A monies, because we're already paying for that as taxpayers.
Sure. This does not contemplate that, but it is something that we're looking into.
The VWT building.
Yes.
So we've left the $6 million, even though we're considering that will end up private funding?
Right. So it's part of the total cost of improvements for the campus. But when we break it out into our tiers, it gets its own column, which is private funding.
Okay. Jennifer?
Two things. I was just wondering, first off, are the construction estimates, do they kind of project inflation costs that are anticipated?
They do. And so we've included an inflationary number in there.
And my other question is, there was a speaker, I think last month, or maybe it was previous to that, asking about just priorities and whether or not there has been any effort in that. Do the tiers speak to that, or is that more of a staging?
No, the tiers actually speak to the priorities as well. Yes.
So to bring this up delicately, the issues on trade. Is there any way to forecast or to look at what that might potentially do to this?
So we have included, so there are a couple of things. When we came up with these project estimates, we assumed that all of the projects would be constructed in the middle of the bond program. And so what that means is that we're estimating that the cost of the project will be based on doing the project 5 years from now or 6 years from now. Some of the projects will be done before that, so they should come in at numbers lower than that. Some will be done further out, and their numbers might be slightly higher. Now, it's difficult to forecast in the current environment what construction costs will be going forward. It's a very, it reminds me, the one thing I didn't share when we were talking about issuing the bonds to refinance, we went to market the day after Italy scared everyone by saying that they might be pulling out of the European.
Those darn Italians.
But it was good, because what it meant is that people were saying, I want to get out of the stock market and I want to buy some municipal bonds. So it actually ended up helping us. So it's an interesting environment right now. If we would not be sticking a shovel in the ground tomorrow. And so what conditions will be like a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now is hard to say. The one thing is that we don't have to start building any of these buildings tomorrow. And so if we believe, or if those who have a crystal ball that I don't have, predict that market conditions will be better 2 years from now, then that's when we would do it.
Thank you.
I just have a couple of questions. Well, actually, just piggybacking off of that last statement. So is it true that all the money has to be spent within 3 years of a bond passing?
So it doesn't have to be spent. It has to be spent within 3 years of issuing the bonds. And so when we look at, so if we were to be issuing bonds, we wouldn't issue, depending on the size of the bond program, we're not required, and this is very similar to the situation that we see at the state now with those K-12 and community college improvement bonds. They got authorization to issue a significant amount. They didn't issue them all up front. And so typically with a bond program, you would only issue the number of bonds that represent what you are planning to do within the next 3 years.
Okay. And then, so with these adjustments, what is the You had told me before the total increase in square footage, but it sounds, since you've made these adjustments, do you have any idea?
That actually doesn't change. And so the adjustments are really, with the exception of making the 1100 building 2 stories, and that's the primary change in that building. Less about total square footage, although it does decrease a bit. Unfortunately, Matt's not here tonight. He's the one who had those numbers. But if we look at space on campus, so, going back to how many classrooms will we have? Well, we'll have some additional classrooms. But 2 of those classrooms are an additional science lab and additional space for the VWT program, both of which need that. The other thing about building a classroom building is that when we renovate buildings like the 1400 and the 1600 building, the older classroom buildings on campus from the 1960s, when we renovate those buildings to make those spaces meet current codes and also be spaces, more adaptable spaces to meet the needs of current instruction, we're going to lose a classroom in each of those buildings as a result of those changes.
All right. Trustee Baldini.
Yes, I'm looking at the One Education Center presentation by the foundation, and it cites $8 million on the 1 through 3 stages of the One Education Center. Is that $5 million for stage 1, $2 million for stage 2, and for the stage 3, it's $1 million.
So the number
might be an old program.
Yeah, the number that we've been working with has been in the $6 million range. Yeah, I hope they raise $8 million. That would be great.
If nobody else has a question, I want
just.
Okay.
Do we see this list narrowing down too, as it comes closer to the board taking a position on this, the bond?
I believe it does, yeah. So we're getting, as I say, with each step, we fine tune what we have on that list, and what the list, I will say, the list really hasn't changed. As I say, 1 or 2 projects moved to other funding sources. So, for example, the improvements in the Performing Arts Center, we're still going to do them. They're just not part of this project list. They'll be accomplished through scheduled maintenance funds and instructional equipment funds. So the list remains fairly intact. What's changing is how we will accomplish what's on the list and what it will cost us to accomplish those goals.
I have one last question.
Hey, hang on one second. Let me just make sure everybody, does anybody else, Rafael Rosado?
Okay, thanks.
No? Okay. Jennifer? No? Okay.
So something that's come up is the cost per square foot. So with these new numbers, do we know now what we have now in terms of cost per square foot?
We can certainly calculate that. I don't have that number off the top of my head. But,
and were these new numbers, were they now from construction companies? Because I know that was brought up too, that the original estimates were done by architects versus, so these were done by construction.
Right. So it's a combination of architects and information that we receive from the State Chancellor's Office, the facilities. So improvements to the facilities are based on information provided to us by the State Chancellor's Office. And then the new facilities, those are numbers that come from the architects. The other thing I'll say about cost per square foot is that the costs that you see here are the total cost of completing the building. So there are architects' fees, there are equipment and furniture and fixtures are included in here, as well as the actual construction cost for the building.
And then lastly, people have brought up the issue of total cost of ownership. When do we see those kind of numbers?
So those numbers would be included to the extent that, so if we were to embark on any of these projects, That would then become part of the information that we use to calculate our needs for scheduled maintenance and for equipment replacements on an ongoing basis. So that's part of the regular budget that we prepare, and that will be part of the, at this point, we're doing 3-year projections. We are moving in the new fiscal year to doing 5-year projections because we can now. Being community supported makes it easier for us to project further out. And so to the extent that, so we construct the 200 building. And in the 200 building, we're placing a roof on the 200 building that's supposed to last for 25 years. So 25 years from now, we need to be ready to replace that roof. But there are other components in that building. We put 100 computers in that building. Those computers need to be replaced in 5 years. And so that's what builds or feeds into the budget development process as we look at what we need for scheduled maintenance and in technology refresh.
Can we put this on?
I think we need to.
Yeah, can we put this online? Because it's not online right now.
Yes,
Okay,
it will be.
Within 24
believe,
hours.
Catherine, we're uploading it right now, right? No. It'll be up there by tomorrow.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank
And
you.
we're going to have a lot of opportunity to really dig in a little bit deeper as well. All right, Dr. Warnell, requirements for accreditation midterm report. No guest with you or no visitor with you tonight.
No. All right. Let me get PowerPoint up here just a second. Okay. Good evening, Board. I am here this evening to share information regarding the Accrediting Commission for Community and Junior Colleges, that is the ACCJC's, requirements for midterm reports submitted by member institutions. To accompany this agenda item, I posted portions of a document from the ACCJC, and that's specifically the ACCJC's guidelines for preparing institutional reports to the Commission on the Board Docs website. The material posted on the site focuses exclusively on the requirements for midterm reports. So I'm going to break from tradition a little bit, or my standard operating procedure this evening, by front-loading my presentation with the key takeaways. So you can look for these later in my presentation. So first, a midterm report is required of all member institutions midway between regularly scheduled comprehensive evaluation visits, all member institutions. And MVC's is due in fall 2019. The most substantive portions of the midterm report focus on, first, plans emerging from the most recent comprehensive evaluation. There are 3 sources of those plans, and those 3 sources include self-identified plans, team recommendations for improvement, and the quality focus essay projects. The other substantive portion includes analysis of recent trends in institutional effectiveness measures, and that includes student success, completion, transfer, licensure exam pass rate, job placement, student learning outcomes assessment, and also physical performance. The third bullet here pertains to the team's recommendations for improvement. And I want to emphasize this. So in addressing the team's recommendations for improvement, and this quote is taken directly from the ACCJC guidelines, and I'm going to read it several times throughout the report, or a couple in any case. So the institution should explain the manner in which each recommendation to improve was considered and what, if anything, was done by the institution as a result of the recommendation. And as I mentioned, I'll be discussing that in more detail later. And the final key takeaway is that we are on the case. We've outlined an approach for drafting the midterm report that reflects recent MVC practices for submitting reports to the ACCJC. That approach involves appropriate stakeholders and has been communicated throughout leadership and planning structures. The approach and timeline have been developed to ensure completion and timely submission of the MVC's midterm report, which is anticipated in October of 2019. There are 9 required components of a midterm report, and they are listed here. The first 4 items really outline the structural requirements, the cover sheet and certification page, table of contents, and then a section describing the report preparation process. The more substantive or content-heavy sections of the report are highlighted by the bracket and the asterisk there. The 5 substantive sections focus on the plans resulting from the last comprehensive visit, and those include the plans that were identified by MVC faculty and staff and conveyed in the self-evaluation report, as well as recommendations from the external evaluation team based on both their review of our report and the observations that they made during their campus visit. The substantive sections are then rounded out by an analysis of data submitted to the ACCJC through the annual report and the annual fiscal report over the 3 intervening years between the comprehensive and the midterm. And finally, the documentation or evidence supporting the planning-related portions of the report. And so my presentation focuses on these 5 content-heavy sections. Whoops, what happened here? Okay. So there are 2 planning and improvement-related portions of the midterm report that are outlined on this slide. First, the plans arising out of the self-evaluation process and the response to the team's recommendations for improvement. Throughout MVC's 2015 self-evaluation report, writing teams identified areas for improvement associated with individual accreditation standards. Those items were recorded as action plans, and they span a number of standards, including those that MVC is meeting or exceeding. In fact, MVC's self-evaluation report, you might consider us a little bit of overachievers in that we have approximately 90 action plans that span 42 different standards. Okay, so for the self-identified improvement items, member institutions are asked to provide a status report, which can be in the form of a summary table. So I've been in contact with ACCJC staff as we begin to make preparations for the midterm report, and they've indicated that they really expect and hope that midterm reports will be approximately 20 to 30 pages, and so it's intended to be a very directed and focused exercise. You can imagine with 90 individual action plans, that in and of itself might exceed the page limit. So for that section of the report, again, based on suggestions from the ACCJC staff, I will be streamlining the list and restructuring it, restructuring the improvements around general themes or areas rather than the discrete tasks that is the form that they're in now. And the updates and status reports will be provided around those general themes. So for the section on the response to the team's recommendations for improvement, member institutions are asked to describe the institutional response to the recommendations intended to increase institutional effectiveness. And again, the exact wording of the ACCJC guidelines is reiterated here. I think it's important, so I'm going to underscore it yet again. The institution should explain the manner in which each recommendation to improve was considered and what, if anything, was done by the institution as a result of the recommendation. So now I'm going to provide that promised additional explanation regarding this requirement, and again, this is based on my conversations with ACCJC staff. The team's recommendations for improvement are based on a snapshot of the institution that was taken from the perspective of the team at the time of their review and their visit. The recommendations for improvement are intended to position us for success in future comprehensive reviews. And the idea is that if we are not mindful of these issues or we get complacent, then we might be at risk for not meeting the associated standards in 2022, which is the time of our next comprehensive evaluation. So it is a local decision that is up to us to determine the appropriate course of action on each of the recommendations for improvement. For the data trend analysis section, member institutions are asked to report data for the last 3 years, and those data will already have been submitted to the ACCJC via required annual reports. So what's new for the midterm report is that member institutions will be asked to compare recent performance against established local standards and analyze the data or institutional performance in that context. And a reporting form for this section of the report is provided by the ACCJC. You might recall that the accreditation requirements for our 2015 comprehensive evaluation required us to include a quality focus essay describing 2 or 3 action projects for improvement. And the 3 projects identified by MVC are listed here, and they pertain to the areas of student learning outcomes assessment, integrated planning and resource allocation, and institutional effectiveness evaluation and review. For the completed projects, member institutions are asked to describe the goals and outcomes of the projects, including improvements in performance and plans to expand effective practices. And for those that are in progress, the member institutions are asked to provide an update along similar lines. And finally, the appendices for the midterm report will contain the documented evidence in support of the report. And so those are the required components of the midterm report. The agenda item tonight also indicates that I will provide some information regarding MVC's preliminary preparation for the midterm report, including the approach and timeline. So, during the spring semester, I met with Cabinet to identify an administrative lead and assign a priority level for each recommendation for improvement from the team. Assigning an administrative lead to coordinate improvement efforts and collect evidence regarding each recommendation is similar to the approach that we used in the follow-up report last year. For the midterm report, a priority level of high indicates that we hope to be nearing completion of implementation of improvements in the area and have supporting evidence of that implementation. And a priority level of moderate indicates that work will be in progress, also with evidence to show work underway and conducted to date and according to documented schedules. Whoops. So the table on the slide describes the 8 recommendations for improvement, the priority level, the administrative lead, and any committees or campus groups with responsibilities associated with each recommendation. Finally, I've provided a very general timeline for completing the midterm report. So last semester, we communicated expectations regarding the midterm report, including the ACCJC's requirements, our local approach, and timeline. Those were shared with key stakeholding groups, including the Council of Presidents, President's staff, and the Planning and Budget Committee. I've also held individual meetings with administrative leads to collect status reports and begin planning for next year. Those leads are then responsible for communicating to the identified committees or groups with responsibilities that align with specific recommendations for improvement offered by the team. So improvements will be implemented over the next year, and the midterm report will be drafted over the course of next year, and I anticipate completion in summer 2019. So that it can then be shared with the campus community, including the Board of Trustees early in the fall semester. I would anticipate that in August or September of 2019, and we anticipate a due date in mid-October of 2019.
Thank you, Robin. Board, any questions, comments, other than fabulous? Great information, and I love that you're being proactive like this and doing all of this preparation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Robin.
All right. California Department of Education review. I believe I have Eric Shearer, Diana Chaboti, Dean Chaboti. Somebody do it. Just somebody stand up there and.
I'll be very brief. So, we had a site visit from our analyst from the California Department of Education Child Development Division. They haven't done them for a couple of years, and they came and did a pretty exhaustive review of our practices. One of the things that we have a couple of things that we need to fix. So we have some compliance issues that are administrative compliance issues that haven't kept up to date with changes in regulations and management requirements and stipulations of the grant. However, the quality of care with the children is all great, so no worries there. Paper we can fix easy. They did commend us on our work relative to, they calculate a percentage of error, and 10% or below is considered good. Ours is 6%. So they repeated several times how impressed they were with our 6% error rate. They call it an error rate in their review of files. And the 6% was actually based on 2 files, and we have some policies to update. But I wanted to comment about that error rate. That paperwork is predominantly 99.9% processed by Catalina Martinez, who is the admin assistant for the Child Development Center. And she does pretty flawless work, as the state told us when they visited. And she is meticulous about the paperwork. The analyst's intent is always to find something, and they had to dig pretty deep to find what they found. And it was a minor, we think it's minor, but we have to calculate family's income, and we were trying to explain that the parent only worked 3 weeks out of the month, but they still wanted to know where that other week of pay was. We don't have a lot of control over that, but I just wanted to commend her on her efforts. She has always done, for the entire time I've been here, pretty flawless work, and keeps us on track with our paperwork and our managing our data files on our families. And overall, it was a good report. Nothing that seems overwhelming to fix or change policies and those kinds of things. So that's it. If you have any questions, happy to answer. But
thank you. Anybody? Great. All right, moving right along. Ken Arnold, the man who keeps us safe.
Actually, it's my staff. It's usually not me.
I knew you were going to say that.
They, as they jokingly say that I'm good for half, so they always say that I'm, because I can't get the office chair, I can't get it quite off me fast enough. So it's always them. Yeah. So this is a little deeper dive on the after action, the shelter report of that when we hosted basically the city of Calistoga here on campus during the wildland fires. Our after action report will become part of the overall county's after action report, and they're still working on and completing theirs, and the college continues to support that process because we've been hosting a lot of the meetings for that. The purpose of after action reports is really to capture 3 things. It's what did we do when we were doing it, and what did we learn, and what do we need to do differently. And so the whole point really is that while this is an event that is really very fresh in our memory and certainly in the forefront of a lot of things we do, 5 years from now or 6 years from now, this won't necessarily, we'll be going, well, wait a minute, what did we do? And so the whole purpose of the after action is to capture that information and to basically remind us of the history, the events, and what happened. So as you look at ours, a couple of things that we did was a little bit different this time is we used sort of the idea of pictographs. So we actually created maps and floor plan layouts so that 5 years from now, my predecessor or whoever comes behind me or whoever's here can take a look at that and go, if I have to open up a large-scale shelter, here's some layouts that might make that easier to do. And when you're in the middle of a problem, the easier I can make that for you to remind you of what that is would be the best thing that we can do. So that was a little bit different that we did. The other thing that we did is, if you get all the way to the back, if you had an opportunity to read it, we talk about specific things that we found made life easier. So for instance, having, even if it is as much as going to duct tape, and so Catherine, if you're looking, so Catherine's sort of looking at me like, stop it, because you're not helping me. So page 12. So if you go all the way to page 12. I missed the hint, sorry. But some of the things would be there is, so we went through and we captured, we talked to everybody who was involved in it, and we said, you know, what were the things that would have made your life easier, things that if I was going to do it again, that I would have done differently, or how would we have done that? And that's not to suggest that we didn't do remarkable work, because as a college, we did remarkable things. We really, really did remarkable work. I think one of the testaments to that was in the after-action report for the county is they said, we didn't really come and visit the college because you weren't causing us problems. Which in our world, in my world, that's a good thing, because they had other issues. We were handling what we needed to do, and so they didn't need to come check on us. And so that was good praise. So again, we capture all of this. This is important for you and for the people who are going to be 4 or 5 years into this. And then probably the thing that I'll just stop with here in a second, and then if there's any questions, but specific actions, which is page 14. So the specific actions are, you take all of this and you try to distill it down to a few things that are most fixable. Some things you can't fix. Wildland fires, we're going to have them, and you can't stop that. Earthquakes, same thing, you're going to have them. So you take a look at the things you can address. So a couple that we are going to address, and we're in the process of doing, which is our emergency operations plan, because conceptually we were not usually going to be a shelter within the county system. Clearly we're going to be now. So we're going to develop the specific annexes and the specific written instructions on how to deal with that, including that all the way from dealing with people and as well as small animals. The other part of that is unique to the college is we'll be working with Office of Instruction to talk about, the fact is that if you do have a shelter operation going on, what is the ripple effect through instruction and how do you overcome that? That's a unique thing to us that frankly other people don't have to deal with. But we want to work with them in the sense of how do they identify the classes, how do you identify the impacts, try to be better and more proactive at identifying those things. Instead of where Eric didn't have a house at the time. I mean, I think he got burned out. So he just lived here at the college, and he did it, would do it all night. And he's not here for me to say that to him. The other one we're doing is working with the county on formal agreements with the county for what we can and cannot do and under what circumstances we can do those. And then we are working with also training staff. That would be some minimal training, so for staff to do that. I've already done 4 hours with about half of the administration in much more advanced planning, more of operating in an emergency operations center. That the other half of that training for the other half of administrators will be coming up, and that will all culminate in this room. By the way, the boardroom is the emergency operations center for the college. The college administration is going to be tasked with opening up and converting this into the EOC and operating it for 4 hours in October during the state earthquake drill. And I have some folks, we'll be running a full-blown simulation where we will be sending in messages and stress testing the administration. At that point, I'm really close to retirement, so I can get away with a lot. And then finally, the other thing we're going to do is we're working with the county. I've been working with them on supplies, on whether or not we should have some initial supplies, and if so, what space would we give up on campus to have those. One of the other things we've been looking at is creating an initial response trailer that might live here at the college. Aside from giving up physical space, we may end up with a trailer instead, but we would have supplies on campus. So those are the things that were agreed that we could do, and they're all in progress. So, any questions?
I just really wanted to compliment you on putting this together, really, going through the specific observations and then distilling it down. I mean, we did such a good job, and it takes a whole village, but I like the idea of the specific action on developing the shelter annex and making it a designated place with the county
Right.
for shelter. So thank you
And,
for
and
all
all
the
those
work.
things are actually happening as we speak.
Thank you, Ken. And, you know, even though it was all on the fly at that time,
It was.
It couldn't have been. I mean, it worked so well, and everybody did such an amazing job. And I think what you were saying about they didn't come check on us,
Yeah.
I think you commented on about how autonomous, you know, you were able to work and just make things happen.
And that was due to Ron and to the VPs, to all of them sort of having faith and giving me latitude to work. So I appreciated that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any comment or question?
Well, you know, actually with Merrick did an incredible job, and with the food truck now, it'll be even better. So.
One question, Ken. On the specific actions, these are identified as critical. And how are these being attacked now?
So the annex I'm writing right now, I've been working with, we're pulling in parts of Red Cross, but in working with the county, I attend the county's after action development and their care and sheltering, so we've been working with them. I've had meetings with the Napa County Animal Shelter folks, and we're doing two things there. We're going to host training, and in the same time, that'll allow our staff to get trained as well. So I sort of tried to, it's like benevolently here, great, we'll host it. By the way, I've got staff I need trained. And then the agreement, we have the one left from the original shelter agreement that needs a little bit of work, and then the county is sort of bogged down trying to get their after action done, but I think probably early next year that'll come to the board for approval. They're not in a position to do it at the moment. They've got too many other things that they're struggling to address. The management training, we've already done half of it, and that'll be completed by October. And then the pre-positioning of supplies, again, that's a county issue. I'm just working with them on that. I'm hoping to have all of these things done prior to December. So I'm not leaving them for the next chief. I'm hoping to put them all to rest before that.
That's good. You understand the essence of my question, and yeah, that's good. Thank you.
I have one just quick clarifying question. So regarding the formal agreement with the county, so the county has a list of different designated sites that they can use, right? That would still be the case?
Yes. So the county's approach right now is Crosswalk Shelter is sort of the primary shelter because it has the least amount of impact. But that shelter is only good for about 200 people. And once you go beyond that, you're looking at other potential shelter site. So what I've worked with and talked to Kevin Toohey, who's the Director of Operation Emergency Services, the discussions Kevin and I are having is, at what point do we kick in, right? I mean, clearly the college has unique infrastructure that allows us to almost operate at a level that other shelters just can't do. But we also have instruction, and so we can't just, every time there's a problem, we can't stop doing what we're doing and do that. So it's that threshold. When is it bad enough that at this point the college really can't do instruction, and we go into that protection mode for the community? And so we're sort of trying to play with those scenarios.
Well, thank you again. Good job.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Ken.
Okay.
All right, we will move on to board policy manual review. And we'll start out, first of all, we've got a big project here ahead of us that's going to be over some time, right? So we need to talk about the process, what's in front of us. And I believe Catherine's going to start us out here.
I will first, and then, there's a couple different slides.
Okay.
And yes, Catherine and I will present it, and Carolee's also been involved, and other staff. Everybody keeps looking at Eric's chair. When Eric returns, he may have some information, or other staff have expertise. So just as a background on the revision process, This provides this. This is BP and AP for those. This is board policies and our administrative regulations or procedures. It started really as a background here in 2017. I went to the Council of Presidents, which is our shared governance group, for recommendations, and brought to them the idea that we really needed to work more consistently and thoroughly on the board policies. We are a subscriber to the CCLC, that's the Community College League, and they have professional experts. We also spoke with that expert in the Council of Presidents and were impressed by their expertise. And one of the things that was instrumental in that conversation is the board over the past 5 years has really given direction to staff and leadership to move to CCLC templated forms as they would conform to our normal needs. There are always a policy or two that don't. But they are legally required. Sometimes they're all legally vetted, and they come from the expert in the field in California. We contacted the CCLC for procedures, and we really did a couple things. We want to align our administrative regulations to procedures, so we're going to move to APs. The center section is really about the procedure service, which really I've just stated, which means that they are, as a service, quite accomplished and the expert, the go-to in the entire state. Integration of existing policies were in the last bold. During the spring of 18, the policy analysts, Dr. help me with her name. Jane Wright, thoroughly reviewed all of our existing policies, every single one, but chapter by chapter, and created drafts that compared ours side by side with the templates, marked them up, made revisions, added things to make them compliant. This is a very normal procedure and policy review. All 114 colleges go through this, or if they're part of a district, the district goes through this. It's also a continuous improvement process. It never ceases. So at no time will we be finished with this process. We will go through this it's like painting a bridge. You start at one end, you finish it, you start back. And that's because of legislative changes and other maybe, case law might affect, or the world changes. Policy analysts developed a notebook for each chapter. Those notebooks were delivered. I think we have one left.
We do.
Yeah. Those notebooks were delivered. That included language, including the legal sites. And some of these, the legal sites you'll see tonight are 100 pages deep, depending on the chapter and the particular policy. Notes regarding our current policies and procedures, all legal sites, sample policies that are kind of best practice and also very appropriate for us, and then a copy of our original policy or procedure. So it's quite a thorough package. Staff began reviewing these in spring, and we'll review these materials from the policy analysts. They're still coming in. I'm not sure about the chapter that's still out. Is that 7?
Chapter 5, and we just received it today.
Oh, we did? Okay, good. So we've received all the chapters. It's one of those best cases, worst cases. So when you're out for a review like this, they do a very thorough job, and then it's delivered to you. A big, huge stack. So it will take, and I've talked to the board about how this process works. It takes a while to go through these. They are scheduled. I feel very confident about our process and really think it's going to work quite well. At its May meeting, the Council of Presidents agreed to form a policy and procedure summer work group to include reps involved in the policy. The work group is charged with evaluating the process and developing fall priorities and timelines. In essence, what that means is, with thousands of pages to wade through, where do you start, and which areas are the most important? So we're working through with that group. Many, as you'll see, of our policies that have been reviewed or not, let's take some that have not been reviewed previously, are quite good. There's just kind of errata changes. You know, it'll say trustees, and they've changed it to the board of trustees or something like that. And the launch of the campus review project will be communicated to the broader community in August, and that will probably be a letter from all of the Council of Presidents, and Ken and Amanda are here tonight, but I would assume that we would all sign that and release that, so everybody's kind of knowing what's going on. The project will take this year. I think 18, 19, we should, if we're sitting here a year from now, all of these should have worked their way through. It's a prodigious body of work, and most schools without this process to work through can take 5 to 10 years on your policies, and that's considered a normal cycle time. So addressing these chapters in this fashion and doing it this quickly is exciting, if you like that kind of thing. Yeah. So, yes.
If we could,
Yes.
can we get through the full process piece, and then we'll have time for questions about process?
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
So Catherine, I think this is really the kind of an overview of you know, what and why. And Catherine has developed, she'll load it up right now, kind of a PowerPoint to help you as a board understand from 30,000 feet, dragging you through the nuances of even, you know, one is quite painful, but we'll go through the highline piece here. And why Catherine, part of her job as executive coordinator to the President's office and the board, is to be the project director and manager for policies. So it's part and parcel of her job description. Why Carolee is an assist, because it was her job before, and she has a lot of expertise that she's transferring as well.
Yes, and I do plan at the end to take questions, and if I can't answer them, I would defer to Carolee, if she doesn't mind. Okay, so I'm really excited. I don't know how many of you are thrilled about this. Also a little nervous. It's a really big project, and but we're excited to get started, and we're starting with you and your chapter. I think everything here on this in this first text block, Dr. Kraft already reviewed, so we'll move on to definitions. So policy is the what? Policy is what you want to do. The procedure is the how you're going to do it. These definitions are from the CCLC. Board policy is the voice of Board of Trustees and defines the general goals for operation of the college. It implements state and federal laws and regulations while adhering to all collective bargaining agreements. The board, through policy, delegates authority to and through the superintendent-president to administer the college. Policy is best expressed in broad statements. And this here is from your 2018 handbook for trustees. Policy statements are brief, general statements of purpose, principles, or philosophy that serve as guides for action. They should allow for the exercise of professional discretion in their implementation. So now we move on to procedures. These are the how. Administrative procedures are issued by the superintendent-president as statements of method to be used in implementing board policy. Administrative procedures shall be consistent with the intent of board policy. Admin procedures may be revised as deemed necessary by the superintendent-president. And again, from your handbook, administrative procedures are not the domain of the board. Responsibility for their development is delegated to the CEO and then to appropriate staff members. Determining the difference between policy and administration is not always easy. It requires self-discipline for trustees who are vitally interested in our college to focus only on policy and not get involved in day-to-day issues. So, at Napa Valley College, our guiding documents, these are the BPs and APs. They're revised and developed in accordance with board policy and administrative procedures. This is BP and AP 2410. These were mutually agreed upon by the district and the Academic Senate in March 2004 and May 2015, respectively, following full constituent group review via Council of Presidents. I think, nope, that's right. Okay, we do have two types. I'm sure you're aware of these. It's just really a reminder. We've got our 10+1 mutual agreement, for which the Academic Senate has primary responsibility and makes recommendations to the board and administration. And then the bulk of our policies and procedures are non-10+1 and do not require mutual agreement. And this is from AR, it's currently called AR 2410. It will move, I suppose, with review to AP 2410. And I'm not going to review this. It's, as something like democracy, it's messy and it takes a long time to get through. So this on the left would be the path for non-10+1 policies and procedures, and on the right, that would be the path for 10+1 policies and procedures. And this is available on our website and posted on the board manual, policy manual.
At that junction, can you stay on that one for just a moment?
Back there.
And I'm not sure, Amanda, whether you'd like to weigh in, but I think it might be instructive for the board just to hear a bit in terms of 10+1. The faculty purview piece is sometimes odd to, it's not ordinarily understood. And you don't have to go very deep. I'm just looking.
Okay. Do you want me to speak just broadly about what is?
Yes. Yes.
Or how we?
I mean, why are there two tracks?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, for those policies and procedures that would fall within the 10+1, so curriculum, academic standards, those policies follow, as you can see here, a separate path. I would include in that as well the procedures around faculty evaluation, which is spelled out in Ed Code. So some of it's 10+1 and some of it falls in Ed Code, but regardless, it follows this separate path than the non-10+1. So I don't know, Ron, did you want me to get into?
Yeah. No, that's good. I think I was really, and you certainly can. I mean, now is a time, because we wanted to take the board kind of through this process. And
sure.
I think an ordinary layperson could see policy as policy. And, why do other people have to check in there? Why do I check in with anybody? Why don't we just do that? And so part of my reasoning here is to say that some have by definition have to work through what you said, a curriculum change, for example.
And if I may just sort of expand a little bit on what I just said. And so the templates from the CCLC have chapters, and they are human resources and budget, and there is a chapter called Academic Affairs. But in addition to those policies that fall in the chapter, there are also policies that speak especially to student success that may not fall under that chapter, but would indeed be considered to fall under 10+1, especially around priority enrollment comes to mind. So that's the kind of thing that, and we have an appendix that actually spells out policy or procedures attached to policy that fall under 10+1.
Here's your 10+1 there on the right.
Yeah.
If that helps, I don't know.
Yeah, to sort of speak to that. Yep. So yes, I think that
Good.
was all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm sorry, Catherine. I just wanted to make that.
I've got to figure out where I am.
And Catherine has a slide here too with the chapters, which is helpful.
Yes, hold on just a minute. Where are we? Here we are. Here are the chapters. We have General District. That's about 2 policies. Board of Trustees is your chapter, and I've got an outline there on the left, which we'll look at. General institution is kind of a general, encompasses a lot of things. Chapter 4 is currently in the hands of Eric Shearer. That's academic affairs. Chapter 5, student services, has just arrived today, and I'm about to hand it off to Oscar DeHaro. Chapter 6, business and fiscal affairs, Bob Parker has that in his hands, and Chapter 7 is in the hands of Charo Albaran. And just a reminder on the right that the Board of Trustees and the President, with the recommendation of Council of Presidents, has determined that we will adhere closely, it's just a reminder, closely to the templates and to the recommendations of the policy analyst. Any substantive changes from the work of the policy analysis might require additional legal review if we want to make changes to her work. This is just to give you an idea. We've been working on these for each chapter, and you'll see that the items in red, these are board policies in red that will be coming to you. They need slight changes. Most of them are not huge changes. The items in green, those are procedures on the right. Those we will be working on, and all of these, I guess, yes, staff will be working on these. Items in blue had no changes other than errata corrections, minor corrections proposed by the policy analyst, and those are expected to, unless you ask to bring them forward, we will go ahead and make those changes and get them posted.
Catherine, can I jump in here for a second?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So Catherine just mentioned that we are going to adhere to the template language. Yes, but for those policies and procedures that fall under 10+1, the Senate may have reasons why it veers somewhat from the template language. And so if that, you may see some changes, but obviously Senate would not approve anything that runs afoul of the law or anything like that. But there are times when there are discerned, shall we say, veering from template language that the Senate feels strongly about. So.
And I just would reiterate that piece. As I said before, the templates work quite well for the state at large, but every school has their own nuance, and we do as well. So, and especially those would happen in the 10+1. I think more than the general pieces, but yeah, sorry.
I just wanted to call your attention to the fact that there are a couple of so your chapter does not go through campus review. We review it here at board meetings, with the exception of a couple there that have asterisk, 2410, the BP and the AP, and also 2510 and 11.
So, and that's the, sorry, the key difference are the two paths you saw, non 10+1 and non 10+1, and then there's for your chapter, it is really the purview of the board. So there's if you will, less of a threshold in some ways. However, as political animals and elected officials, you live in a world of shared governance. So you may or may not decide to pierce that umbrella and move outside of the process of shared governance at your own peril. And I mean that from a legal vantage point as well as a compliance vantage point. So all that said is that, understanding the context and the institutional relationships as a board, as you work through your chapter, you have to keep those in mind. And that's an important kind of contextual framework.
Okay, and just wanted to let you know the next steps. We've talked about that a little bit. We'll be working on Chapter 2 through the summer. The first group of 11 policies is coming to you tonight for the first read. Then they would come to July's meeting for adoption. And also in July, we'd have another group coming to you for first read, and then Depending how smoothly and quickly we move through, we could be done in August, or we could be done in July with Chapter 2, and then we would move to whichever group comes next. The summer work group will be meeting hopefully a few times to evaluate the process, smooth out any kinks, develop priorities, and work on timelines to see how we can get this project done with all the excitement and flow possible. Okay, now it's time for your questions.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's discuss this process. Let's put our questions out there, and then we will take a break before we actually go into reviewing the policies. So let's go ahead and open it up to questions. Anything? Amy?
I have a couple questions and then a comment, but well, first I was just wondering, 4 weeks for the cabinet to give input, it just seems like a long time, especially when we have so many policies to review. You know, we're talking about how this is bogging us down and how this can take so long, and I'm wondering if part of that is the fact that it's a whole month for cabinet to give input. How did we come up with that length of time?
Is this on the chart? Can you go back?
It must be on the chart, yeah.
Yeah, and is that necessary for them to, I mean, we have 72 hours to read them and give input. Just wondering why so long between.
It's a timing function, and Carol E. was instrumental in working kind of side by side in putting this, that work group that you had a couple of years ago. So you may address it. I see you standing up.
It's actually, I don't mean cabinet, the Council of Presidents, I should have said.
Oh, the Council of Presidents.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, you mean the council,
Yes.
right?
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm wondering why 4 weeks.
I was going
Seems
to say
like a
basically,
long time.
Bob, if it's a cabinet, it's.
Yeah.
Well, that timeline was mutually agreed upon in our shared governance policy, which dates back to the 90s. And it actually works quite well because the council meets monthly. So it's a nice repeating cycle.
So maybe the logistics. We meet, council presidents, kind of gavel down, if you will. A policy comes up, we kind of talk about it, discuss it, and then the constituent presidents receive a packet that's PDF'd out to all our folks, and we want to allow them time to reflect on them, especially some, as you'll see, are deep. Not that everybody wants to read 100 pages of background, but some people do. So then I'll use Amanda or Ken, for example. I'll use Ken for a little bit. Administrative Senate would receive comments, which he would then consolidate, email back, in this case, to Catherine as the kind of the council. It's either a yes, we're fine with this, yes with corrections or suggestions. Sometimes those corrections or suggestions are not legal, right? Or don't comply, so we have to kind of filter them. And we bring those back to the next meeting. They work their magic there. You guys see them here as a first read, as a part of that process. So that's why.
And my second question,
I was just going to say there's also questions that come up that people have to answer.
My second one, so it seems pretty straightforward, just aligning our old policies with the templates. It seems like where we need help is when people want to deviate from those templates. And so I'm wondering, is Dr. Wright, is she an attorney, or is she somebody that would be that person that we would go to, or do we need to go to an attorney when we look at those? Is she an attorney, Dr. Wright?
I don't think so. She doesn't represent herself that way. She's just the policy expert for the league. So, the LCW, Liebert Cassidy Whitmore, is the attorneys that provide all the template language, and they do an exhaustive study. I think they have a team that's their only job is to work on policy. So if we had a policy, I'll just do it from a staff side. If I received a policy change deviating from CCL template from a group that I felt strange about, there's some language in here that just doesn't feel right, then, or somebody else noticed that, then we would go out to our legal counsel to review and say, educator is different from academic administrator. You can't use, you have to change those, you have to stick with the academic administrator term versus educator or something. Usually there are little nuances like that.
I have 2 comments after the boards ask their questions. Okay, so just 2 comments. Talking about prioritizing, just to give some input, I hope that we prioritize ones that are legally required, because we've gone, several years without some of these policies and ARs that are legally required. And then I just noted that on this flow chart, there's no indication that board members can initiate a revision of a policy or the development of a new policy. And we're a policy-making board, so I just feel that's an omission in this chart, that board members also can initiate a revision or a new policy. I think that should be looked at.
So you would want something like a square in here that specifically says it comes back?
No, up above, so those groups can initiate the review of a policy or revision of a policy or a new policy, but so can board members, so can the board. So I just want to point that out.
Yeah, I think you're the other body up above, so you are included.
We're the other body?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Or other body. So they're the other
All right.
body.
So it's included. You're the other body. Yeah.
Okay, are we good with process?
Okay.
All right, so we will recess and come right back in about 10 minutes.
Carolee.
Sorry, I had to.
Yeah. You shall not leave. You shall not leave.
Uh-huh. Which one? I mean, everything?
Today? Oh, man. Oh, no, man. I should have called in sick. Or just told Rhonda the day, you know what?
We're celebrating. Make sure that's all I have.
You have yours, Judge Rios? Honorable Rios? Are you,
Anyway.
on my Mentis. So I'm going to excuse myself, so. I just was a little nervous. We don't have to, but I feel like I should.
All right, let's get back to business here. Hussefa had to take care of something, and he will be back shortly. All right. We have, we're now on 14.6. We'll be reviewing the board policies, and I have 2 public comment speakers on 14.6. Russ Gall, I have you as a public comment.
Good evening, board. My name is Russ Skoll, for the record, speaking as an individual, not as a Vallejo School Board trustee. I recall board policy 2340 and quickly reviewing your staff report and the packet. It was last revised in 2012 that was the time when I was serving with all of you on the board at that time. So I'm glad that it's being brought up again for review and potential revision. One of the recommendations I think would be best practice to have in there, for example, in Administrative Procedure 2340, on page 2, it states that no supporting documents be added fewer than 24 hours before the meeting. I would recommend as best practice that whether it's a board member or member of the public, any documentation, PowerPoint presentations that they submit, that's the material that goes out at the same time that the agenda goes out. If you pass out anything less than 72 hours or even less than 5 days, depending on the governing body, it makes your job difficult to digest that additional information in that short amount of time. So it'd be great to have language in there where whether it's 72 hours ahead of time or 5 days, with the same time the agenda comes out, that the supporting documentation and PowerPoints come out at the same time as the agenda. And furthermore, I also noticed in one of the policies regarding board member agenda item request, member of the public agenda requests, as well as what's in the administrative procedure. Your administrative procedure is your protocol. So one of the questions I'd like to raise is when it talks about board members in administrative procedure, shouldn't that language be talked about in a board policy? And then I could tell you, share from when I was Vallejo School Board President last year, our current protocol is whenever I receive an agenda item from a member of the public or a fellow board member, even if it's an item that I received last year to remove me as president, but I have to honor that request and put that item regardless on the agenda. The board at their subsequent meeting can discuss that item under agenda review and determine whether or not to remove that item totally off the agenda. So I think there needs to be language in there to address that. And also, I think there needs to be language if there's a disagreement between the board president and the CEO. There's been times where I had my disagreements with my former CEO, but nevertheless, there needs to be language where who has the final say. The agenda item moves forward to the board agenda. I think it's the board chair that should have the final say, that the item moves forward to the agenda, and it's ultimately up to the board whether or not you want to remove that item off the agenda. I hope that the language before you, any discussion of board members in the administrative regulations and procedures, that they get discussed in board policies, and also if there's any board matters that are discussed in any administrative procedures or regulation, that should be addressed in board policies as well. So thank you for listening to me tonight, for your consideration. And do want to thank Amy for, again, coming to the Vallejo meeting, our Vallejo board meeting a couple weeks ago, for sharing best practices. And do want to also, before I don't want to forget, do want to thank Oscar for his many years of service to this institution. He really earned that recognition tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more speaker on this 14.6.
Can I just make a quick question out of curiosity?
Sure.
There's a couple times, Ruskell, I just had a curiosity on how you get to flip in between the private and public hat when you're an elected. Just was a little curious on that one. So maybe you could stick around after the meeting and explain it.
We have Jason, I'm sorry, I can't remember your last name. What was that?
Kishinev.
Kishinev, thank you.
Thank you. Last time I was here, one of your trustees mentioned having trouble getting an item placed on the agenda for no less than 4 months, which prompted me to request this be placed on the agenda. I thank you. The process for a board member to have an item placed on the agenda should be no more or no less difficult than for anybody else? Why should a citizen be subjected to a different set of standards just because some other citizens voted for that person to represent them? I posit that the intention and spirit of the law are to make it easy to get an item placed on the agenda, and that it should be easy for a board member as well, and that needs to be codified into policy. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so no other public comment on the 14.6. We'll close public comment here. And let me ask the board real quick, do you want to pop open each one and say any comments, close it, and go on to the next one? Or do we want to just go straight to the ones that people have any kind of comment on?
Pop open each one.
Pop open each one. Anybody else? Raphael?
I would expect that everybody had reviewed these, and if you had a question about one, that we could focus on the questions or the issues rather than hash every word out here. I mean, I thought part of this whole procedure was to adopt the analyst recommendations and revisions to save us time, or are we going to do each policy and rewrite each policy and administrative procedure ourselves?
I don't think that the point was to go line by line. It was just to
see if anybody had any questions
I
or
would-
comments. There may be none.
Well, let's just respect the, what people want. So Raphael prefers to have it where we just go to the ones that we need to focus on. Rosada?
Well, I was just popping a couple of them, and there's pages and pages.
Yeah, just
So-
process. What do you want? Which do you prefer? So just a real quick consensus from people. Open them all up, or just the ones we have questions on?
The ones that we have questions on.
Okay, Kyle.
I would concur with Trustee Rios and Sagara.
Mr. Trustee Baldini.
As we have questions.
Okay.
I've read most of them. I
And
have read
Student
all of them.
Trustee Josefa, what would you prefer?
I concur with Trustee Rios.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And Trustee Baker?
I don't really care.
You don't care? Okay. All right. So it sounds like we want to just focus on the ones that that we have comments about. So the first one that I have a comment about, and let me know if anybody else has something before that, is the BP 2220, Committees of the Board. Does anybody have one prior to that?
When you talk about order, are you talking about in the little chart or the order that the documents are posted?
The little chart. Do you see the little table there?
Yeah.
Okay, so you see committee of the board is 1, 2, 3,
So my first one is
4, 5.
My first one is the student member, election of student members. My first one I have a question on.
Okay, then let's pop that open. What's your question?
Just a second. I just, as far as, so is everything in red that's legally required? Is that correct, Dr.
Yes.
Kraft?
Yes. That's
So
what
it's
they-
legally required to say that special elections may be held versus shall be had? That's held, that's legally required?
I think she gives a guide to us at the bottom. Oops, am I on?
And the only reason why I'm
The
wondering
red-
about that is because if a student member's recalled, I guess I don't understand why it's an option to hold a special election. Why wouldn't it be shall? Why is it may? It seems like that would need to be done.
Might be because same thing when you have an elected person, like how soon is the next?
Well, no, because then the next sentence says, however, if the vacancy occurs after February 15th, the student member position will be filled by appointment by the associated student body. But I'm assuming then the paragraph before that means that it's earlier in the cycle?
It's up to the associated students to determine. They have a couple of options in their constitution how they can fill a vacancy.
Okay, so I just was wondering about that.
All right, that makes sense. All right, anything else prior to the committees of the board?
Just a second.
Okay, so Catherine, you have a document to open real quick on that one. So Catherine just brought this to me. It was kind of intriguing, and I just wanted to bring it to everybody as sort of a thought. As it states here, the Board of Trustees may, by action, establish committees that it determines necessary to assist the board. But where's the part about the CCLC doesn't?
Right here in there.
Oh, although it is not recommended that the boards have standing committees, if the Napa Valley College Board of Trustees to do so following language that applies. And what I also read in addition somewhere, where did I see that? That it said if there is, it's usually an audit committee.
Yes, that's in the trustee handbook, the 2018
Okay.
handbook.
So, and here's why it was intriguing to me. Here's what I was thinking, and, I'm just open to hearing your thoughts. Standing committees, for one thing, they require staff to be available. They require a lot of staff time. And they also require us to be available when the staff is available. So when I got on this board, it was full of retirees, right? And now it's not. It's people who work and, can't necessarily, make those daytime meetings. And so with ad hoc committees, while we're still bringing that information, that transparency to the board, those recommendations from the ad hoc committees, they don't require all that staff time, and it keeps it a little flexible for the board members to have an opportunity to meet. And many of our committees, I'll just use like legislative, for instance, we need to meet when something's, really happening instead of just meeting for the sake of happening or sake of meeting, which sometimes happens. So it just, when Catherine brought this to me, it was like, oh, that's an interesting thought, an interesting idea. And the other thing is it might give board members a, flexibility to operate in different committees and learn different things and participate in different things. So I'm bringing it to you. I'm just bringing these ideas to you to see if you have any thoughts or just leave things as they are.
So are you recommending that we don't have?
I'm not
standing-
recommending.
Oh, okay.
I'm just bringing the
That we have the
idea
option.
out there.
Well, the finance committee is a standing committee.
Right.
But it only meets maybe
Every
as
quarter?
needed.
Quarterly.
Correct?
Right.
Okay, so
Well, and I think
So it doesn't have a regular.
Oh, it is a
set-
regular.
It is regular.
schedule.
There's a regular
But
set meeting
Yeah,
Yeah.
time?
yeah.
quarterly. But I think she said that often is recommended that you have
That's
an
more
audit committee.
standard of a standing committee than some of our other committees, like legislative, the one we recently turned into a standing committee. Those typically end up operating more ad hoc.
Well, I actually thought it was interesting concept too for a different reason. I mean, I did think about the staff time, but mostly what I was thinking about is, in a way, it kind of goes against this idea of a whole board concept that, if you have something you want to bring forward, then you bring it forward to the whole board and you discuss it as a board right from the get-go. With that, it needs to be easier to get items on the agenda, but I think that we could, as things come up, we can bring them to the whole board. If you want to pass a resolution, it doesn't need to go through a subcommittee before it comes to the full board. We can bring forward a resolution as a trustee for the whole board to discuss and vote on. I think, though, that we need to make sure then, if we're using ad hoc committees, that they really are ad hoc committees, which means that they're very narrow in scope. They have a specific task, and they meet, to do that specific task, and then it disbands. And that it not be a standing committee without being transparent like a standing committee, if that makes sense. So, you know, an ad hoc committee should have, you know, maybe if we decide there's one policy that needs to be reviewed and we want to create an ad hoc committee to bring forth a recommendation, and then it's over. But otherwise, I'm for getting rid of them and keeping an audit and finance committee. I would be supportive of that.
Okay. Other thoughts?
Well, I had a question.
And we're not voting or anything, so just want to get just kind of consensus or thoughts.
Well, I just had a question about some of the wording in here that's not really related specifically to this, but maybe it is. It said that committees that are only advisory have no authority or power to act on behalf of the board. Do we have committees that are not advisory?
No.
So why the distinction there?
Where's that?
Well, you don't.
I think it's just really stating it. It's just making a statement that they're not.
So do we need to say, do we need to say committees that are only advisory, or should we just say committees are only advisory instead of that are? The wording of it sounded odd.
That are, when you're saying that are, it sounds like there might be some that aren't. Got it.
I agree.
Well, I haven't looked at this in that deeply, but there may be, and I don't know if Carol Lee, there you
She's
are.
over there.
There may be some things that the board can delegate authority to a committee.
May I be heard on this?
I'm sorry, public comment is up.
How did I know this was going to come up?
I thought we were giving people
The agenda.
I thought we were giving the people the option to go before or after.
I closed public comment.
Okay.
We'll get you on the second reading then.
So that's my guess, is that there may be
So
some things
Carol
that,
Lee, there was a question?
I wasn't quite sure what the question was. I think it was about standing versus ad hoc committees.
Right,
No,
it
it's
was
about the
regarding,
language in here.
yeah, whether or not there can be ever a committee that would have the power to act in something other than an advisory capacity.
I think it's delegated, as somebody mentioned. If this board acts to say, you guys go make that decision.
And then we come back and say, we
but-
have decided.
Right.
Such as the McPherson Committee, something like that, where you're
Maybe.
a representative of the board, you're making a decision.
You're acting on behalf of the board in that capacity. Same with DAS or VWTF.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Right, it works, I think, yeah.
Any other comments, Rosada, Kyle?
just the other considerations, I think we've had this, or a similar discussion about committees, maybe 2 or 3 times in the last couple of years. Another thing about the committees was to try to save the board time to review things more in depth and bring recommendations to the board, which, I mean, it's past 9 now in regular meeting. So that's something else to consider, that the committee can help the board move through some things a little more quickly.
And, you know, and the thing about ad hoc, more ad hoc committees versus the standing, is that you can look at an agenda and know maybe there's a lot coming up on it and create a committee. I mean, right, the chair can appoint a committee, an ad hoc committee.
Right.
And then they come to us with a recommendation that does, you know, save us some time. So,
Well, you can't look at the agenda until 4 days before the meeting, so.
unless you're
So that's not, I mean, that
constructing the agenda.
won't work.
Yeah.
So there's nothing about this particular policy that I needed to change anything on, but I just wanted to throw that whole committee, and we can always put that on an agenda, as an agenda item later to really, you know, talk about that. So, okay, let's go back to,
So I wanted to ask something about term limits. I didn't have a chance to do that.
okay.
It's just, was wondering, it said, where is it? Okay, so this policy, it's the whole yellow thing. It says that the yellow highlighting is included to draw the viewer's attention, and language will be removed upon final adoption. So if all the yellow is removed upon final adoption, what's left for the policy?
I think
What
it
is
just
the
means
policy?
the highlights are removed.
The whole thing is.
Right, everything's highlighted here.
You mean we
Right.
don't have a policy?
Right.
That's true.
What?
Well, if we don't have term limits, then we wouldn't need a policy for it.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is, don't we still need the policy so future boards know what they could do if they wanted to. So I guess what I'm saying is, it doesn't seem like all that language should disappear. The policy is explaining what boards can do if they want to.
Well, this actually doesn't. It says here that any
References.
such proposal shall be, if adopted by the electors of the district, apply prospect. This is not us.
Right.
This would have to be the people of the district who would bring this forward and.
So would we rewrite this policy to explain that? So members, like, I didn't know that,
No,
so.
without the policy, without the policy, there are no term limits that you have established or that have gone through your constituency voters out there. It doesn't
Right.
apply.
I guess what I'm saying is, perhaps the policy should explain what the public can do, that this isn't an option for the public because it's informative. Most people didn't know that, don't know that, I didn't know that. So instead of just taking all that away, which means there would be nothing in the policy, perhaps the policy could explain what the public can do, that there is this option of term limits with the vote of the public or something to that effect. I guess that's what I'm saying.
And that may be in this reference to the ed code here.
Right.
Carol Lee, anything, or Catherine, any input on that?
I don't.
Just weird to have a policy with nothing in it but an ed code citation.
I'm not sure that that's what that is trying to tell you, that it would delete the whole body of that unless you wanted to go for term limits. But since we don't have them, it was my understanding we didn't need this policy. There's a few like that. Honorary degrees is another one. There is a policy, but since Napa Valley College doesn't offer honorary degrees, we didn't adopt any policies related to it.
I guess what I'm saying is I think it would be great to have a policy, but just explain what the law is, that this is an option per ed code for the public. Because again, these aren't just for us, they're for the community. So anyway, I guess I'm saying, I think it would be good to have a policy, but
So
just
I
explain.
think the consensus on this policy, so we can move on, is that everybody's good with no policy.
I think no
Because it's not
policy,
needed?
Because it's not, if we're not adopting a policy, just an informational statement is not a policy. Why are we going to have a bunch of informational statements in our policies?
So if we had term limits, then, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think that they can be educational as well for trustees and future boards and the public.
I would hope
All right.
that the trustees knew
So
that.
term limits, committees of the board, we talked about closed sessions, anything there, anybody?
Wait, please, just a second.
Quorum and voting,
I have one for quorum and voting.
okay.
2330, is that?
Yeah. So I just thought that we should move up. So we have, it talks about the majority of the vote, and then it goes through what has to be done through a 2/3 vote. And then it says a quorum of the board shall consist of, and you say what the simple majority of the members are. I thought that sentence should be moved up to where it's talking about the majority vote, if that makes sense. So move that up to the third sentence, because that section's just talking about the majority vote, and then what constitutes a majority vote should be right after that. And then it goes into what requires a 2/3 vote and so forth. Does that make sense?
I think that
Just seems out of
I think
place.
the point maybe of this is more to, I mean, the policy analyst has really gone over these with a fine-tooth comb, and I don't think that kind of wordsmithing or is the intent, but.
So in the end, we approve these, and that doesn't change the legality. It doesn't have to go through any legal review, and it's an improvement on the policy. So unless there's a reason why we can't move it up to where we're talking about the majority vote and then saying what a majority vote is, the quorum, I don't understand why we wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I
Go
think
ahead,
you're
Ron Carolee.
mixing two things up. No, go ahead. I think we're saying the same
Yeah,
thing.
are you saying that 2/3 majority and majority are the same thing and should be located together in the document?
No, I'm
Oh.
saying after it talks about the 2/3 majority, then there's this random sentence about a quorum of the board shall consist of, and it says how many members constitute a majority.
I'm not seeing that.
Yeah, I see what she's
Scroll
saying. It's
down.
on the top of the second page.
Oh,
There's the
okay.
sentence
Oh.
there.
You keep going right there. So I
Well,
think
there
that
are-
should be moved up to where we're talking about the majority vote. So we have the board of trustees shall act by majority vote, and the next, say what the majority vote is, how many members constitute a quorum, and then it goes into the 2/3, which is a special situation. And actually, it's wedged in between, so there's what requires a 2/3 vote, there's what requires a unanimous vote, and it's like wedged right in the middle there, when it could be up in the section that it actually relates to, which is the majority.
Yeah, I mean, from a staff vantage point, this line, I think Carolee probably agrees. I mean, a quorum of the board shall consist of 4
Right.
members. I
Yeah.
mean, could appear up above, or it's still, if it
Yeah.
reads
It
more
appears to
clear.
be definitional, and those seem to be at the top.
Yeah, and that's fine. I think it's probably something, I mean, I wouldn't have any issue moving that up just from a staff vantage point. So if that's something you want to do, we could do that, and we'll have it for the second read that way if I'm hearing okay?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
Okay, and then the next is agendas. Anybody on agendas? Yep. Let's pull up that
Which one is that one?
EP 2340.
So I passed out, this is the item I've wanted on the agenda. I passed out to everybody my suggested change to this agenda policy. So I want to suggest 2 changes. One, that it say members of the public and board members may place matters directly related to the business of the district on an agenda by submitting a written summary of the item to the superintendent president. So basically, we would submit items in the same way that the public would, in writing to the president 2 weeks before the meeting. It just makes sense that we be treated the same way as the public, that it shouldn't be harder for a board member to put items on the agenda or any more convoluted than it is for the public. And we need something very straightforward because we've been dealing with this issue for a long time. This is how Napa Valley Unified School District's policy reads. It reads exactly like that, and I think it makes sense for us as well. And then the other thing I wanted to add is that last sentence. That's actually right now in the administrative procedure for agendas, and it's a policy statement. So I think it should be in our policy that it's the desire of the Board of Trustees that supporting documents be uploaded with the agenda 72 hours in advance of the meeting. So it doesn't require it. It says it's a desire, and it would be a best practice in the spirit of the Brown Act. And again, it's right now, it's in the AP, and it's not procedural, it's a policy statement of the board.
I think it's procedural.
It isn't. It's a statement of the board. It's the desire of the Board of Trustees. It's not operational. How Dr. Kraft implements that with his staff belongs in the AP. That's procedural. But in terms of us expressing a broad statement, a desire, that's definitely a policy. And again, APs are how he would implement that with his staff.
So when the ad hoc committee met to come up with that statement, it was administrative. And so it was, to me, it still says the how and not the what.
How does it say the how?
So-
How does it say the how? And I never agreed with this being in the AP. There's many things actually in that AP I don't agree with because they're policy statements of the board. They're not how Dr. Kraft would implement our statements with his staff. So anything to do with the board, as Ruskell mentioned, should be in policy because procedure has to do with how Dr. Kraft implements our policies with his staff. We're not staff. We're the board.
Was that when he was wearing his private or elected hat?
Okay, I think that's inappropriate.
I have an issue with the section, members of the public and board members may place matters directly related to the business. That's getting into, I mean, I feel like that's circumventing procedure too.
How is that circumventing procedure? It's simply saying that we follow the same process as the public, when in fact we represent the public. It should be no different for board members than the public. So the public, it's very straightforward how they get items on the agenda. It should be the same for board members. And again, it should be addressed in policy because we're not staff. So how board members get items on the agenda should not be in AP. It should be in the policy itself.
Carolee, you had some comments on that earlier?
Well, one question was that the direction came from a subcommittee of the board to put this language in, and it maybe hasn't been working perfectly, but we've posted this procedure now with the future agenda items item. And I'm not sure we want to deviate from the template. And I kind of agree with Amy on the statement related to 72 hours, 24 hours are best practices. But I don't believe we want to treat a trustee like a member of the public.
Okay, so
Same thing I'm saying.
it's not illegal. And the fact that we're not mentioned, it's been abused. When a member of the public wants something on the agenda, it's very clear. They put it in writing and it gets put on the agenda. Board members have had a hard time. So I don't think that the education code meant to discriminate against board members. We are members of the public. We pay taxes and we represent the public. And if it needs to be spelled out to make it more straightforward and clear so we don't continue to have problems, I think it will help with the functioning of the board. As far as it being in the AP, again, that's how Dr. Kraft implements our policies with staff. And they can be changed at any moment. They can be changed from day to day. We have no purview over them. And this directly relates to us. It relates to us.
I think
Trustee Iverson, go ahead.
I feel like you've made your case, but we're not voting on it. It's a first read. So with the suggestions that you made and with even Carolee on the 72 hours, I don't have an issue with that, but can we take a consensus on moving on?
Well, we said that we will only adopt it tonight, or not adopt it tonight because it has to go through a second reading. Either way, I can make a motion at the next meeting when we approve it.
Exactly. So do we need to
yeah.
hammer that out right now?
No, we don't.
So, but go ahead.
I just had a quick question about what the language that you were referring to in what you suggested with the members of the public and board members may place, blah, blah, blah. I don't see how, okay, so in the AP that we're looking at, we've got submissions by board members, we've got the future agenda items, item on the agenda, and then number 2 says members wishing at a time other than at the board meeting may submit it to the board president. So I don't see how that's different.
Right. So the problem is, besides the fact that this can be changed anytime without our knowledge, they don't have to go before us. Besides that fact, my issue is with point 3. So point 3 says, should there be a disagreement as to the appropriateness or timeliness of a particular item requested by a single board member, other than the board president, the item will be delayed until the request can be made at the next regular board meeting when a majority will make the recommendation. So right away, there's this extra loophole that if the board chair doesn't think it's appropriate, that it can be held off to the next board meeting, so a whole month, and then it's supposed to go up for a vote. And the issue with taking a vote is you can't discuss something that's not on the agenda. So how can you discuss the merits of an item and convince the board to vote to put your item on the agenda when you can't discuss it, which is why it should just be put on the agenda, and as Ruskell talked about, then the board can discuss the merits of it and whether it's appropriate or not and pull it.
Can we hear from like
would
Trustee
appreciate-
Baldini or Rios?
Yeah,
or
and
Zara?
I would
What did I say?
prefer that,
I
I
get
would
it.
prefer not to reference
it's a first
somebody
read.
from a school board, and, because this is us, this is
Right,
about
but
us,
I'm
okay?
concurring with what he's saying, that
So,
it's an
okay.
issue. You can't discuss something that's not on the agenda.
So I think that, as Trustee Baker was saying, I'm perfectly fine with, how much detail and information is in the AP. And I'm not, I'm fine with not making really significant changes and deviation from the policy templates, because, this isn't just a first read, and if there's any significant deviation.
Do you think that's
it's-
significant?
There could be, we might have to put it through legal review.
To say that board
So-
members can place items on the agenda by submitting it in writing 2 weeks before the meeting, that has to go for legal review?
Well, the board has to act as a whole.
Yes.
I mean, so there's.
And that's when we approve the agenda,
Well-
we can discuss it and we can pull things, but we can't discuss it and to put it on the agenda for the next meeting. You can't do that.
We have an
okay,
item
so-
on the agenda for future agenda items where proposals are made.
And we can't discuss them because they're not on the agenda.
No, they are.
No,
We
you cannot
have a-
discuss them. You can say, I want this item on a future agenda, but you can't sit there and discuss the merits of it to decide whether or not it's worthy of being on a future agenda.
Okay, so let's let some other
Yes,
board
you
members,
can.
let's let some other board members
Absolutely you
weigh
can,
in.
because you're not deciding, you're agendizing.
Our procedures are very clear and gives us every right, both on the agenda we've made it. I mean, we took a great deal of time to put that together, and I think we're covered. And I don't think that Ron and the staff are going to just arbitrarily make changes, without some type of informing of the board. So I would ask, so we can move on to the
Chairman
next
Cuso,
one. I would ask so
You
that
feel
we can
covered
move
because
on.
you haven't had a problem getting an item on the agenda. And why any board member would go against their own interest in terms of making it easier for board members to get items on the agenda, I have no idea. Why-
Okay. Trustee Martinson, I appreciate the input. Let's let everybody else weigh in, and if everybody else feels the same way, then, because we are a whole board here. So, Rios, Baldini, somebody?
I look at future agenda items as just that. Perhaps we hear something in public comment, perhaps we hear something from constituency groups, perhaps in conversation. We're not voting on anything, it's not an action in our discussion. It seems to me that if anything, it would be informational, that this is an idea, let's mention it at future agenda items, and like I have one this evening, and we will itemize or agendize it for the next meeting for either further information or some sort of action or presentation if deemed appropriate and timely. I can't see making a vote on a bond tonight, but so I did not discuss it last time to put it on the future agenda, but we probably could have. But it seemed inappropriate until we get all the information, and I'm just using that as an example. So, taking away our ability, which you have cited as free speech or whatever, to discuss whether or not we're going to have a future agenda items just doesn't seem prudent as far as getting the business of the board accomplished.
Trustee Rios.
I think that it's a different problem that we're actually all kind of talking about indirectly here.
Okay.
I don't think that there's any question that board members should be able to put items on the agenda, and that the right to do that shouldn't be any less than the members of the public. I think the issue that Trustee Martinson is getting at, to whatever extent it's true or accurate or not, is that there have been items that have been requested and haven't gotten on the agenda. So I don't think, I don't think anybody would disagree that a board member could submit a agenda item in writing 2 weeks before, like the public, and get it on the agenda, right?
Right.
So, but we're sitting here arguing about these 3 words that she's suggested to put in here, when I think that's not the underlying problem. I think what maybe she's looking for is that we actually say those items that are requested are going to go on the agenda, and when they come up for approval, when the agenda comes up for approval, if the board does not want to consider those things, they can be pulled off like any other item like we've done. I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah, as long as we're considered members of the public.
So
That's all I want. If we're considered members of the
frankly,
public, we
to
agree on
me,
that.
this doesn't change anything other than puts it in here. I think we have that right to do that with less
Right.
than, a whole month. So I think that's really the issue that Trustee Martinson's getting at, that if I say I'd like this on the agenda, it should come up on the agenda. And of course, the board has the right to say, we don't want to, or this isn't the right time to discuss that, we're going to take it off. And I'm fine with that.
So you're fine with leaving it as is, and that it's clear that we have that right, and that the AP...
I'm in favor of clarifying that board members can do that, can request it, it goes on the agenda. I think it would save us, a hell of a lot of time fighting about it. We've fought about this for I don't know how long.
Years.
And
If we're going to dance around the issue, but that's not always, a lot of the times it's, if the board agrees not to have it on the agenda and the person requesting it to be on the agenda doesn't like that, then it just keeps coming back and coming back. So, do we want to spell out that too?
we could make this policy,
That hasn't happened, Trustee
10 pages
Iverson.
long if we want to try to come up with every single situation of why something, needs to go on a different agenda, not the very next agenda, or what, research. There could be so many instances.
That's spelled out here for the public.
Nothing that's been requested has not shown up on the agenda. So,
I think it's been a timing issue. That's the issue, the timing issue.
Well,
I don't think this would require us to create a whole bunch of other issues. The board's right to remove it is, as a whole, because we don't have to go and address everything that a board member comes up. If we have to act as a board, then it can be removed.
And the approval...
The board chair shouldn't be able to
agenda
impede.
approval process, it's the item there already, just majority vote's going to pull something off.
Exactly. And that way we are acting as a board versus the board chair making these decisions about what's appropriate and what's not appropriate.
Well, but that is part of the, that's in there.
If it's in the district, if it
is
has
the
to do with
board.
the business of the college, it's appropriate, and it should come up in a timely manner.
Can I ask the board kind of a logistics question in terms, so in some ways, and I'm going to use a flip example, so pardon me for that, but if 7 people are asking I won't use that example, I'll use a different one. If I receive a board request, and we'll choose something that's maybe orthogonally related, sea level rise, what would the board's expectation for staff, what would you like us to do? We're going to spend 10 hours at least on all of your requests. And so queue up people, do PowerPoints, submit those things. So if we have 7 or 8 things rolling in, or even 2 that are, nope, we don't want anybody to talk about that, you've effectively kind of wasted 10 hours of staff time. So you're going to have to have some kind of a levering device in there.
That's
Can I ask-
covered in a policy, actually, where if something requires a large amount of staff time, a development of some kind of a report, that comes from the direction of the whole board. So I think it would go up as an information item, and the whole board would have to direct you to do a report that required a lot of work. An individual
Well,
trustee can't do that.
And I appreciate that. The only difference right now, if a public member, like we had one tonight, asks for an item, it's posted. That's it. I mean, it's a public item. The staff or college is under no obligation, nor should it be, to provide the research on that or anything else, because you don't know what it's about particularly. So I want you to be cognizant of, if you're going to go down this direction, this is a ton of staff time that you may or may not waste. And
I would consider it the same thing, that you're not obliged to do a large amount of research for one trustee's agenda request, that maybe, again, it comes up as an information item.
well, it wouldn't be, in my
the
world,
board directs
if
it.
it's on the agenda, it's not one trustee's agenda request, it's the board's request. Once it's on agenda, I'm treating you as a board. It is a board agenda, it's not a trustee's item.
So,
a
Raphael.
That's the difference,
So
right?
a trustee may not request an item to be placed on the agenda, is what you're saying then?
No, I'm not saying that at all. Right now, that you can. And it's filtered, if you will, through your elected pres and me, and then it works through a timing function. No, I'm just saying, based on what you said earlier, I should speak into the mic, based on what you said earlier, hey, no harm, no foul for us. If it's on the agenda, let's put it on the agenda. Anything that comes up, and if we don't want to discuss it, then we won't. We'll just pull it, which makes great sense from a board vantage point. But the underlying issues of staff preparing that item and then having it, nope, we're not going to talk about it. Because I'm not going to know whether sea level rise is serious for you, or whether or not you're talking about, impaction of seniors in the community. I'm going to take everything that's on my agenda completely serious and pull out all the stops for you as board members, like we do. So it's a question.
I think we need to all, again, acknowledge that there's other board policy that addresses that says that only the whole board can direct a research and report that requires a lot of research.
So let me just get consensus here so we can move on. So there should be no filter if a trustee wants something on the board. If all 7 trustees want something on the agenda, we're to put all 7 of those items on the agenda, and no filter to that, as policy states, that the board chair and the board president can determine that, as Raphael and Michael have done in the past, that we don't want them to determine that we want to just put everything on.
Well, could we do it similarly to the way that we do it with the public, where if a member of the board wants something on the agenda, it's placed on the agenda. If they have supporting documentation that they want to supply, they can. Then it comes to the board, and then if there is a desire to have staff research something, then the board as a whole would direct staff to do it for a future meeting.
Yes.
I mean, unless there's something that's like has to be dealt with like right now, but I can't even imagine something like that happening where it would only just be one person who would even know about it.
And I think we're creating a problem that has never, we haven't had this problem. Nobody's requested anything like that. So I'm not sure why we're.
I mean, Mary Ann has the authority to say, well, this is not going to go on the agenda because it's too much work, or we don't have room.
Put some legal review behind it or something.
Right. Just as a suggestion, but you would still have that right. When somebody said, I'd like this on the agenda, you'd say, well, no, we're not going to put it on the agenda as an action item because this is going to require all of this research that may not be actually within our direct authority. So maybe I'll put it on informational item so the board can consider it.
If it requires a large amount of work, again, I said that it should go as an information item, just like before the public, and then the board can direct further work on it.
Could I
So
share?
I still believe that what we've got does all of this. Carolee?
Can I just share an example where it worked and worked well, or a couple? We came to the future agenda items item. Jennifer Baker proposed that we have an informational item on web and 504, 508 compliance. That staff took that and said, yes, we need to do a board presentation on that. We are in the process of our due diligence in developing an RFP and talking to consultants, and so it's been a couple of months and it hasn't come back, but staff hasn't we're not doing that. And so it will return to the board as we are able to address it.
Well, I think we need to remember that what we said about just agendas in general, that these are business meetings. I mean, as we haven't even gotten to our first action item and it's 9:45, that we said that items would be action items or items leading to board actions in the near future. And I think that we need to bring that litmus test back as well, that we are supposed to be putting things on the agenda that are either action items or are leading to board actions. Like, for example, accreditation, it's leading up to us approving the accreditation report. Otherwise, because we're not supposed to be involved with operations. So anything operational, it shouldn't really be on the board.
Can I ask
agenda.
a quick question with a perhaps follow-up suggestion? Do you keep an agenda calendar? Says, would that be something that could be shared with the entire board? So like, say, for instance, when something that was suggested previously, so I don't have to bring it up again. I know it's coming back.
Okay.
So,
Yes.
I mean, it could be something that's in board docs or wherever, just so that we have an idea of what's coming down the pipe.
We have an annual master calendar for regular and recurring items. Things like your requested informational item are sort of off the regular norm. So, and I frankly don't know when that's going to come back precisely. I can say it'll be probably in the next 3 months. But
Let me make a suggestion.
Go ahead.
I mean, you are chewing up a massive amount of time. Obviously, this first read on this one has developed a lot of interest, and there are some very points, so we're going to have to work on this, obviously, right? So I don't think this one is going to come to second read and pass by. So maybe back to Kyle's suggestion, put it in here and you vote on it next time with this board member in here. It'll either go up or down, and however it shakes out, it shakes out.
I mean, we could have done this when it was on the second read. I mean,
We could just clarify this. We won't be talking about it for another 4 years.
we don't have a consensus.
We don't have to have a consensus. I'll put it,
Bring it back and
I
vote
will
on it.
motion it next time.
All right.
Not an action item.
Let's move on to, let's move on to anything, okay, so public participation at board meetings, any of the board members have that?
I had a question about
Yeah.
that. I just was curious because there, in the various examples that were brought, there were a couple that said 3 minutes and a couple that said 5. And I'm just wondering, I know we have 5, which seems like a really long amount of time. I'm just wondering if 3 is okay.
I like 3, and nobody ever uses 5 anyway, so.
And the other question I had was, there was a bit in there that we don't really take advantage of, but if we ever did, in terms of interrogating, which I don't like that word, but interrogating somebody who, to get clarifying information, is that become part of that 3 minutes? Or, I mean, if they get their 3 minutes and then we ask them a question, how do we police that so it doesn't become crazy?
Practically, in the past, the practical application has been, if the person has got a nice cogent presentation for 3 minutes, and there's a question, then you in essence have reset the clock for them. You know, and it's up to the board. I think it's unfair to you know.
Yeah,
you could,
we don't typically cut people off.
I have a question about it.
So can it be the 3 minutes and then question and answer period after that? Or?
We operate, as our parliamentarian said, as a small board, which is not as formal as a large board. So in large boards, it would be motion to extend the comment for 2 minutes, you know, and that's what you would do. We're a little more casual in that approach. So, and it's Napa, you know, so everybody wants to speak.
I have a question.
Yes.
The second page at the top, I'm wondering, we already have in the agendas policy.
Second page at the top.
Yeah. Thank you. In the red. So first, we already have in our agendas policy how a member of the public gets an item on the agenda. And then, so I mean, I'm not against restating it here, but I'm just confused why this first paragraph says that they have to do it at the meeting. It says members wishing to present such items shall submit a written request at the beginning of the meeting to the superintendent president that summarizes the item and so forth, where everywhere else it says that they just submit it 2 weeks before the meeting to the president. They don't have to actually come to a meeting to submit the item. I mean, it could say may. I mean, they may submit it at the meeting, but it says shall. Like, that's the only way that you have to do it in person at the meeting. So just a little confused there.
I think to me, what I interpret it to say is that this whole policy is about public participation at the board meeting. That doesn't negate that they can do it outside of the board meeting. This is saying how they do it when they're at the board meeting. Because that's what this policy is. It's about at the board meeting.
I guess as long as we have that second paragraph that says it's optional, where it says that you can also do it 2 weeks before the meeting. Because if we don't have that second paragraph then that says it's optional, which is supposedly optional, and we just have that first, and they only look at this policy and don't look at the agendas policy, they'll think that they have to do it in person at the meeting. So, I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine to leave the optional paragraph in.
Yeah, and maybe the first one says may, not shall. Members wishing to present such items may submit a written request at the meeting, and then the other option is 2 weeks before the meeting. But I guess what's throwing me off is the shall, like that's a necessity.
It's a little confusing. It seems like that paragraph in red really applies to that first bullet point, where people are coming to the meeting to speak on a matter that's not on the agenda, or then one of our agenda items where they submit the card for that specific item. It is a little confusing. It seems to grant members of the public yet another way to place items of the agenda, which would be at the meeting for that meeting.
But we can't, because we can't do it for that
Right.
meeting.
So it's confusing.
Right before that, at the bottom of page 1, it says, members of the public may place items on the prepared agenda in accordance with BP 2340 on agendas. I think we should just leave it at that, and they can go to that board policy to read how to put an item on the agenda and just take out those other 2 paragraphs.
I agree with that.
So what do you think? It says the following paragraph is legally advised. Thoughts on that? Yeah.
It's in the other policy.
It actually says it's legally required.
But it's in our agendas policy.
It says legally advised at the bottom of the first page.
I'll just say this from staff. I mean, we so noted that there are some difficulties with this one for you. So
Yep, thank you.
We'll check back with
Okay.
Ms. Wright.
All right, thank you. All right, the next one is minutes. Anything on minutes?
Yes.
The policy analyst, we've got a note there, no changes proposed.
Yeah, so I passed out my changes, and I've been talking about this for a while. I mean, it sounds like we might be getting rid of most of the standing committees, but just in case we don't, and we'll still have probably an audit committee, I would like it clarified that minutes are taken at standing committee meetings as well. So it says that the CEO shall cause minutes to be taken of all meetings of the board and its standing committees. Again, just because we've gone around and around, and we've wasted a lot of time discussing it. We have staff there, and they're open meetings subject to the Brown Act. There should be minutes taken and posted for those meetings.
But if you look at the AP, it says all meetings.
And again,
all public meetings.
APs can be changed, and we've had a problem with it, and this is our chance to put it into policy, to codify it for us and for future boards, and I'd like to see us do that.
At the top, Catherine. Oh.
Who else has had a problem with it other than?
Actually, this came from our audit committee. we wanted minutes taken, and we tried to discuss it. We had staff there, and it was an issue. So we thought that we needed to address it through board policy. And so this is a simple change that will just clarify now and in the future that minutes are taken at standing committee meetings. It's a broad statement, it's policy. The AP can describe how that's done, how that will be accomplished with staff, but it's a policy statement and it's appropriate for this board policy.
Duly noted. We can vote on it at the second reading, or unless anybody, anything.
This is not the current one here.
No, it's not current.
Yeah, that on the second page that's up right now, the fourth paragraph reads now, and this is not that paper.
Yeah, because I don't have the templates.
Subcommittee members are provided with minutes, so it says minutes in the AP. I think I do want to correct the record a little bit that the APs can be changed on a whim. They're very rarely changed if there's a legally required issue, and also even though it says, CEO president, I operate in the shared governance environment as well. So the APs that affect you all and other folks, we vet very widely throughout the organization just to make sure that we're covering all the bases. So it's not a willy-nilly kind of a piece. I do take the point that you could, but only for a week or so until you didn't like that, and you change it.
Well, currently in the AP, it says the chair of a standing committee of the board shall ensure that subcommittee members are provided with meeting notes. What's that?
No, this is not, the one you're looking at is not correct.
The AP?
It's not the one that's posted, and it's in here incorrectly. I think this is the one that she received at the time and sent back to us, but this is not the one that's online.
Okay, well, last time I looked, it said the same thing. Anyway, I'm still going to move at the next meeting if there's not consensus at this meeting to have the broad statement in the minutes policy, and then how you want to do that with your staff could be described in the AP.
And still, just to move along, because we have a huge meeting starting in a few minutes. We have agreed I have heard the agreement of the board and directed me, in which I have codified in the APs, to we're recording now action minutes, which is not this person came to discuss this and they brought up this point, so those aren't going to show. Especially in the subcommittee. So, yeah, okay.
Okay. So, and then the last one, board member compensation. Trustee Baldini, you requested to review that?
No, it's fine. The request was to review board member compensation, not the policy.
This will be on a future agenda item.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it's been 10 years since we
10 years
took a pay cut, something like that.
There you go.
It looked like the updated policy, though, isn't it the normal amount now? 240?
No.
No, the Board of Trustees some time ago, when we were pre-Mr. Parker, so PBP, the board in a move of solidarity took a 7% pay cut. That's never been reinstated.
How long did those meetings go?
They went till 12:30 a.m.
Well,
and this one says up to 240, so the policy is fine. You're getting less than that.
Oh, okay, so it's not the policy.
It's not against the policy.
Yeah.
Is that, I mean, I think there's
This is legislative. This is as far as you can go
Is that the, yeah, I was going to say, I know that there is.
This is it, Raphael.
Doesn't look right.
But we're not getting that. That's what he's saying. That's what we could be getting.
50
but
hours
we're not
I
getting
spend a week.
Well, we know how Bob spends, though.
But you could, as an action item, put it on the agenda
No.
to go to 240.
Someone else sitting in that chair.
I agree with Michael.
I think that's what Michael's going to request later,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I was.
Yeah, okay.
Not that we
Not
review
the
this.
po-
This is
policy
fine.
itself.
Yeah.
Woohoo. All right, so we are done with that item. We haven't even gotten a consent calendar yet. Okay, and so now we are at 14.7, correct? We're done with 14.6? And we have a public comment on 14.7. Mr. Gary Orton.
Madam Chair, honorable trustees, my name is Gary Orton. I'm a Napa resident. I'm here tonight requesting you as a board, not as individual trustees expressing opinions, to pass a motion directing staff to review Board Policy 7700 in the next batch, to have staff review it in the next batch of board policies that they're going to get, apparently from the discussion tonight. That's going to be in the fall, in the early fall. And also to consider the materials that I've previously supplied both staff and this board. I've placed on your desk during your break some of those documents. I've provided them at other times, and I've made a presentation at the Audit and Finance Committee. I had also requested these documents, all of the documents, be attached to this agenda, and that request was denied. So be it. One of the documents that was contained in that, and it's in the last page of the packet I just put on your desk during the break, was a news announcement from the North Orange County Community College District. It said at the November 20, because I showed you this document, this BP 7700 from North Orange County, because it's relevant, and it was passed, according to the news, at the November 28, 2017 board meeting. As legally advised by the Community College League of California, the new policy is intended to address the reporting and investigation of improper governmental activities by district employees and the protection from retaliation of those who make those reports. Also approved was the installation of an anonymous fraud hotline, more of which I will say in a couple of minutes. First point I want to make is the California statute titled Reporting by Community College Employees of Improper Governmental Activities requires this board assure the district that district employees who desire to disclose not just suspected unlawful activities, but suspected improper governmental activities will be protected. Your current policy, BP 7700, fails to provide such assurance. It fails to state that employees will be protected when they disclose the following activities specified in the Act as protected. 1, activities in violation of district policies or administrative regulations, including but not limited to harassment, discrimination, or conflict of interest. 2, economically wasteful activities or those involving gross misconduct, incompetency, or inefficiency. And 3, activities posing substantial and specific dangers to health and safety. That's the first point. The second point is that the Government Finance Officers Association best practice on whistleblowing, their advice is that, quote, every government establish policies and procedures to encourage and facilitate the reporting of fraud and abuse and questionable accounting and auditing practices. At a minimum, the government should do all of the following. And all of that stuff is contained in the back of the dockets I just put on your desk. Now, the reason that's really important is that you're going to possibly be going out for bonds. The underwriters, they like it if you comply with the GOFA standards and best practices. You're not complying with the best practice now because listen to what GOFA says as to what the best practice is regarding whistleblowing. At a minimum, do all of the following. Formally approve and widely distribute and publicize an ethics policy that can serve as a practical basis for identifying potential instances of fraud or abuse and questionable accounting or auditing practices. 2, establish practical mechanisms, e.g. hotline, to permit the confidential, anonymous reporting of concerns about fraud or abuse and questionable accounting or auditing practices. I want to skip a little bit. By the way, as an aside, some of those mechanisms I provided in those statements, the documents I provided you. 3rd bullet point, a government should regularly publicize the availability of these mechanisms and encourage individuals who may have relevant information to provide it. 4th bullet point, these are things the best practices say you should be doing. Since ensuring or enhancing confidentiality can significantly increase costs, consider minimizing those costs by providing a separate reporting mechanism for employees who typically desire greater assurance. And it goes on to say, and one of the ways you can do this is have a hotline. And that's exactly what North County did, or North Orange County. And there's several other points. But look at the last one. The last one, they say, have the audit committee, as part of its evaluation of the government's internal control framework, examine the documentation of how complaints were handled to satisfy itself that the mechanisms for reporting instances of potential fraud or abuse and questionable accounting or auditing practices are in place and working satisfactorily. And the reason I popped up and said, gee, I'd like to have some input about getting rid of the audit committee, there's another one, and I'm going to pass, I've got several of these, so I got plenty of these. Let me have these passed out. I'm giving you the GOFA best practices for audit committees. Let me read the first line. 3 main groups are responsible for the quality of financial reporting: the governing body, financial management, and the independent auditors. Of these, the governing body must be seen as first among equals because of its unique position and the ultimate monitor of the financial reporting process, going down to the recommendation of this GOFA best practices for audit committees says the governing body of every state and local government should establish an audit committee or its equivalent. So you really don't want to be getting rid of audit committees. As a matter of fact, if you look at the whistleblowing policy, best practices is there's got to be a mechanism for people to report questionable financial reporting. And the way you do that is you have an audit committee that people can go to, that employees can go to and talk and disclose things to the audit committee or individual trustees on the audit committee. It's all together. You can't talk about these things separately. Let me go on. So none of your current board policies or administrative policies provide for any of those recommended minimum requirements contained in the GOFA best practices for whistleblowing. Okay, let me go on. Why do I make this request now? Because the need has never been greater. The district appears to be on course to implement a large capital improvement program, which will require increased vigilance and oversight of financing, contracting, construction, accounting, and reporting. No clear guidance exists for employees wanting to disclose safely their concerns about a suspected improper activity. As stated in the Government Finance Officers Association's best practices, quote, in most cases, potential instances of fraud or abuse and questionable accounting or auditing practices come to the attention of responsible parties thanks to employees or citizens who become aware of such practices. Government can and should take practical steps to encourage and facilitate such reporting, close quote. Where's the district policy that advises employees how to raise concerns and assures them that their reported concerns will be taken seriously, investigated appropriately, and treated confidentially? Where is the district policy that assures employees that they will be protected from reprisals for disclosing suspected improper governmental activities? They don't exist. We need that. Then that should be done soon. Lastly, the need for a policy that implements the law was driven home recently when I listened to discussions of this board about the proper role of individual trustees in communicating with concerned employees. Currently, no policy advises employees that they have the statutorily protected right to disclose concerns to a district administrator, a board trustee, or the chancellor of the California Community Colleges. Some members of this board seem to express a notion that no trustee should discuss concerns of employees. That somehow, it never being explained exactly why, that it would be unethical for them to do so. Nothing could be further from the truth. This board, as a body, needs to wrap its head around the reality that each trustee has a duty under law to receive, in confidence, disclosures by employees of suspected improper activities. This is part of the board's duty to encourage employees to come forward with their concerns of improper activities as defined by law. So to repeat my request made at the beginning of my remarks, please adopt a motion to put review of BP 7700 together with the information I provided, including best practices of GOFA and the Act regarding improper activities. Please consider that in the next batch of policies that you're going to be reviewing, that your staff is going to be reviewing, and that you're going to be getting. This is part of your oversight responsibility. So I thank you very much for your thoughtful consideration, allowing me the time that you've given me. I'm willing to answer questions and request the opportunity to respond briefly to any comments that staff or trustees may have. And I'd also request that I be allowed to address the Council of Presidents when it considers revising BP 7700 and a brand new AP 7700, which I also provided as a mock, the same one that is based on the same one that the North County Community College, North Orange County Community College District did. And it's rather extensive because it tells what the responsibilities of staff is, of board members when they get a disclosure. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the board member goes or starts investigating, but there's got to be a process, a regularized process to make that sure that's done, that it remains confidential and it gets investigated. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll make a motion.
I'll
move that we, I can make a motion.
This is an informational item.
It doesn't matter. You can make a motion you can direct staff, you can direct the president to do things during an informational item. There's nothing in the Brown Act doesn't even distinguish between information and action items. I can make a motion. So I move that we direct the president to prioritize review of the Whistleblower Protection Act when college constituents return in the fall.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Sure. I mean, that the motion is stated as, yeah, no, it's, yeah, it's fine.
The motion is what it is.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
I mean,
so I made a motion, there's a second.
That is what's going to happen.
So then let's just codify it in the minutes. So can we vote on it? So I can repeat.
I think you're really looking for like more of a
direction.
A direction, right? Because you really can't vote now. I mean,
actually can.
It's not a recorded.
Not on an action item.
Yeah, like I said, Brown Act doesn't even distinguish between information and action. We can
but
make
your board
motions.
governance rules do. So you don't want to violate those or deny the public the right to bring this vote, so to speak, and to honor Gary's request. I mean, you're really trying to get to, do you want staff? Does the board feel like you'd like staff to elevate this?
So if I could continue, could we continue here? There is a document, so as Mr. Orton has brought to us and, would like for us to review this along, in the next batches that are coming up in the fall, that is the plan. So I see no problem with that whatsoever. I do want to alert, Carolee, so staff put a document based on, would you just go through that document real quick?
Sorry, I was deep in thinking about how your action is to direct staff, and you can do that at any time. It's sort of like a future agenda item.
Right.
But we cannot act on the policy because that is not an action item. So it's placed here at the request of a member of the public. But in the district's regular review cycle, this policy will be coming back in the fall. And
But we can discuss it and give direction, not only in terms of prioritizing it, but also in terms of whether or not we'd like to see some of these changes, just like we've discussed all of the other items, other policies during information and discussion. And so I just want to go on record that I would like to see it brought up to legal standard. And if it goes beyond just reporting unlawful activity and employees have a right to be protected even when they report improper activity, I think that that our policy should reflect their actual rights that they have under the law. So I support not only prioritizing it for the fall, but also taking his suggestions and bringing it up to legal standard and what the law actually allows.
So it does say right here in this document, third paragraph, that it's coming up in the fall. So I'm not sure what the conversation, and as far as, and I know Mr. Orton forwarded this to everyone, is that that there was, Ron directed to get legal opinion on the peril that it would put us in, and there was no reason for expediting it tomorrow because of, any legal jeopardy or anything of that nature. So, so I'm not sure I see that there's any, I think that it is what it is. I mean, I think we're doing what we're being asked to do. So
Yeah,
let's just move on.
But just to put it so Gary is clear, let me just say that this is going forward as a review in the fall, which is imminently a couple months away. Any changes that the board, this is not in Chapter 2. This has to go through the full governance process and meet all of the requirements of those folks. And from a community member's layperson or trained either way, those would have to be also legally reviewed. So that whole process is going to happen anyway. Now, could I guarantee that all the changes that the board wants will make the first read? Nope, but you could kind of keep going through the iteration until you got what you wanted.
I think it would be good, though, if people weighed in at this point as far as whether or not they would like to see those kinds of changes, like the change from unlawful to improper, so that, because I guess what I'm concerned about is that when it goes through the process, that it's not even going to be presented, that just the CCLC template's going to be presented to the Council of Presidents. And I guess what I'd like to see the board do is direct that this version be presented, and that it's the desire of the board that these kinds of changes be adopted. I guess that's what I would like to see happen.
Is that the real motivation behind it? Trustee Martinson?
To give direction that we support.
How about we just stick
Move on.
to the issue and move on? I think what Gary has asked is actually happening.
Right.
I wouldn't be ready to say one thing or another without seeing what the legally required template says.
Right.
So
it's the same.
Consent calendar, please.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Let's. So 15.1, approval of consent calendar. And hopefully there's nothing to pull on it.
I have a couple. I'm wondering, are there any things we can be postponing to the next meeting at this point? Because it's like 10:15 or 9.
Really?
Yeah. We're just starting the action items.
Is it really that late?
Yeah.
This is the consent calendar. Is
I
everybody?
know, but I have a couple items. Anyway, they'll be fast, but I wanted to pull 15.6, 15.9, and 15.10, sorry.
6.
What was it, 15.6?
15.9, and 15.10.
Okay, 15.6, 15.9, and 15.10 are removed from consent calendar. And so if there are no objections, the rest of the consent calendar is approved. All right. Consent calendar approved. Move the to the next 3 items.
And those are now, let's see, I've moved those on the agenda. Let's see what happened there. I hope those are the correct 3. I did it rather quickly. Career Education Program Advisory Committees.
Trustee Martinson, are those the right
Was that one of your,
No.
did I grab the wrong one? Okay.
15.6, it's the fee adjustments.
6, 9, and 10.
Yeah, previously known.
Previously known as the.
I grabbed
as
them and
Prince.
moved them, so perhaps you could read me the titles.
Fee adjustments on full cost childcare center program.
16.3 now.
If all our discussion goes over agenda, then
Is now an action item, is that correct?
Amendment to the bookstore operating agreement.
Okay.
And the last one that I heard was approve consultant services for American Canyon Family Resource Center.
Okay, so those are now action items. Amendment to bookstore operating agreement is now 16.1. Approve consultant services agreement with American Canyon is now 16.2, and 16.3 is fee adjustments on full cost child development center.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So we need to refresh your page so that everything shows properly.
I'm there.
Still refresh? How do you refresh?
Dealer thing up there, the circle, yeah.
Refresh, rejoin.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Okay. And calendar is approved.
All right. Are we ready to go through action items? Catherine, are we ready?
Almost, just about. So this will become an action item. Okay.
Be nice if there was a hotel on campus.
Yes, I am, but I can't figure out, I need to change it to an action item, not consent. Can't I do that live time?
Yeah.
It's not working though. Do I save somewhere? I go like so, remove. Oh, here's the save.
Get out of meeting manager and into the meeting, whatever.
Yeah, no, I got it. Action, remove, save. Action, remove that and save. Okay, we're ready to go.
So 16.1,
Yeah.
amendment to bookstore operating agreement. Is that correct? That's the new 16.1?
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
So,
Okay, so let's get a motion to approve.
Second.
And a second? Okay, and any discussion?
Yeah, so a while back when we were talking about the cost of books, we had asked if it might be possible to do some kind of an analysis of the cost of books when we were self-operating versus when we shifted to using Barnes & Nobles in 2013. And I remember you saying, Dr. Kraft, that you thought that would be pretty easy to do, and I'm just wondering if we did anything like that before we decided to renew the contract with Barnes & Nobles, or not.
Well, I'm wondering which version of me said that would be easy to do. That would be very difficult. I think maybe what I said is you could probably look at our top line. And Carol Lee can address this because we have been talking about the cost of books. I do know that the Barnes & Noble here on campus is competitive with other booksellers. That said, that's about all I can honestly say to you. Carol Lee may be able to share more light in the last round.
Well, I don't have that comparison. I know our bookstore was not profitable in the least, and that prices were approximately the same. I also know that the district is moving towards the, Eric, what's it called? Zero.
Z-based.
Z-based.
Yeah, open educational resources, the OER.
Right, to benefit the students, and that's always uppermost in our minds.
Okay. Yeah, I just was wondering, it just seems like self-operating, we're not building in like profit and things like that versus, you know, a for-profit company. So
Oh,
I
I
just
see.
was wondering what the difference would be.
The labor costs in the old bookstore far exceeded, you know, it's hidden. It's another cost in the district. So it's out of the student's pocket or out of the classroom, if you will. So it's a much more efficient operation. So it would be my guess that, you know, all in all, we receive a benefit and the students do as well.
But we're moving towards something different anyway. But so we'll have Barnes and Nobles, but this other option, is that what we're saying?
We expect with the open resources that textbook sales will be declining, not just for us, but across the nation, the globe. It's the way the world's moving.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. So can we move to vote?
Could you please repeat the first and second?
I was the second.
First and second.
He was the first.
Are we electronically voting?
Yes, I would imagine so on action items.
Okay, online voting is available. The student trustee will make his vote verbally.
I vote aye.
Sorry?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Okay, we are unanimous.
Thank you. 16.2, approve consultant services agreement with American Canyon Family Resource Center.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I brought this up when it got approved a year ago, and so this is for somebody to work in the Career Center, working on resumes and doing career workshops, and I brought up at that time that that's the work of a counselor, and I was wondering why we weren't hiring a half-time counselor, full-time counselor for that position, and now it's a year later and we're renewing it again, and I guess obviously it's something that we think is important that we're going to be, we're renewing it 2 years in a row, and so I guess I just want to make a statement more than anything that it seems like that should be a regular college employee, somebody to work in the Career Center, helping students with career-related activities.
I could be wrong, but I feel like I remember when you asked this last year that the reasoning behind it was because since this is a contract with a group rather than just with a single individual, we actually basically get more bang for our buck.
Actually, it's a third more bang for a buck, because position, as you're referring to, could cost anywhere from $95,000 to about $160,000. So that's a bang for a buck, and it's not necessarily a role for a counselor. I would disagree with that.
Okay, I guess maybe for a high school counselor it is, because we have high school counselors working in our career centers.
We have others who are trained to do that sort of counseling for careers. This individual is primarily assigned to assisting us with our college affairs, with resume writing, with making sure that the employers who are seeking students to work are actually found and referred, and also working with the internships, which has increased, by very, very,
and job
many.
fairs.
Job fairs, of course. So.
Has this always been a consultant in this role, or has it ever been a college employee?
Actually, it's been a specialist. So it's been a position that was a classified position. Edward Bionis was the last person that held his position years ago, about 6 years ago or so. And so for a while, there was a gap in the services. And rationale for not hiring the position was economics. The funding wasn't available. And as we assess things a bit more, we started to focus on those services that are more specific and more particular to the needs of our students. And so exposing our students to jobs and to opportunities for them to work and prepare them for those jobs with resume writing and things of that nature. And now internships are a big thing. So we're focused primarily in those areas because that's what our students are asking for, and that's what they're needing.
So it used to be a classified person?
That's correct.
Okay. So are we basically saving money because we're not paying benefits?
You get the benefits, you get the vacation, you get the sick leave, you got the insurance, all that kind of stuff, yes.
Okay. All right. I guess, yeah, I'm going to abstain because I still feel like it should, it's a valuable position. I think it should be worth it.
But I think you need to realize that those of us who are student affairs have more knowledge of what the needs are of our students. And so unless you're here every day and see the surveys and see information, we're the ones that make the determination, and we believe we make it very soundly.
Yeah.
I think that there
I guess I'm saying I agree with you that it has so much value that I think it should be a permanent position. Kind of like what we were talking about with temporary positions that are kind of year to year and you don't know if they're going to continue. I think it has so much value that I guess I just would like to see it be a permanent position. That's all I'm saying. It's just
Duly noted.
So Oscar is so Oscar has submitted this to us, and this is his recommendation. So we have a motion and a second.
And we need those to be spoken out loud so that they can be captured in the
So
transcripts.
Iverson moved, and
Iverson seconded, and I made the motion.
Baldini, Iverson.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And we'll vote.
Online voting is available now.
I vote yes.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to 16.3.
Motion carries. We have one abstention, Martinson.
Okay.
Sorry, excuse me.
That's okay. Sorry, I moved too fast. I was kind of getting in a hurry here. 16.3, fee adjustments on full-cost child development center program. Motion to approve, please.
Move for approval.
Second.
That was Iverson moved and Baker second. Any discussion?
I pulled it. I don't know what the fees were before, so how much they're jumping, but I guess I was just looking at the description of the item and it says they're being adjusted to be more in line with market value. So we all know like how expensive daycare is, and so I'm just wondering, kind of when we talked about the housing, is the goal affordability? Is it profit? I'm just wondering with this daycare, if the goal is to make money off of it, or if it's just to provide affordable daycare for employees and students. And so just was wondering about the increase in the fees.
So I think it's getting a bit in the weeds, but Dean Chaboti, you'll clarify that information.
Well, so first, you don't know this about me, but I would never try to make money off of children and families. But I understand your caution and concern. So we are actually below market value for the area for similar care. Even with this increase, we are still below the couple of other programs that offer similar care. The kind of net change is about $1 per day. And we also made two other changes. So you'll notice on the form that you have, it says Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday, or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Monday through Friday. And that is to match our course offering schedule. And that will make it easier for us to staff the program. One of the things right now is parents might choose Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Well, what happens when a family does that is it prevents, when you're full or close to full, or it changes your staffing, it prevents a family from coming on Tuesdays and Thursdays if someone's coming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So, and we compared ourselves actually to a couple other large programs in the community, and that is the same type of schedule that they offer for families. We also changed you'll notice it says up to 8 hours or over 8 hours. That used to be up to 9 or over 9. And we changed it to actually match the other centers in the area. So basically the net is where you see $1,000, it went up from like $950 to $1,000. The other programs in the community charge closer to $1,200. So we're still below market.
Are we comparing ourselves to like public programs or private programs? What are we comparing ourselves to?
Do you mean public as in state funded?
Yeah, like
state funded are usually cheaper just because they're state funded. They're usually cheaper for families because families make certain incomes that make them eligible for state funded programs. So it's more comparable to private programs, which can be profit or nonprofit, and often that's usually an administrative kind of thing and a legality thing more than I'm making a lot of money doing this if it's profit. So we tried to match up with those programs. The program right now is not completely covering its costs, but we're undercharging. And the other difference is that if you break that down by days, If you come 5 days a week, your daily rate is a little bit less than if you came 4 and 2, 3. So the highest daily rate is the 2 days a week because it blocks bigger patterns for other families, essentially.
Is this a monthly fee or?
It is a monthly fee, and it's the same monthly fee even if we are closed, which is standard for the industry for child development programs.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, let's vote.
Okay, you should be ready to go.
I vote yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a unanimous vote. It carries.
Oh, and then we had a, did you get who moved and who seconded?
I did.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, 16.4, approval of the Napa Valley Community College District 2018-2019 initial proposal for negotiations with the Napa Valley College Faculty Association, CCA, CTA, NEA.
Move to approve.
And we'll vote.
It helps
Any
if you
discussion?
speak it out loud.
Oh, I'm sorry. Martinson moved and Iverson second.
Thank you.
Any discussion? All right, let's move to vote.
I vote yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got a unanimous vote. It carries.
16.5, ratify financial documents. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
That was Rios and Kawaja.
Yeah.
Okay. That's my problem, where we can't do this. The
Student, you can't digitally do
the online vote.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, Baldini. Any discussion? All right, we'll vote.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I want to clarify, I want to fix that because we do want to give Josefa the opportunity to make motions in second.
Yes, I spoke to Board Docs tonight. They're working on that fix.
Okay.
They couldn't give me a timeline.
Okay.
I was wondering also maybe if we could have him say his vote out loud first, since it's advisory, because now with online voting, we don't even know how he votes, and it's advisory, so we're not getting the benefit of that. So anyway.
Okay.
16.6, 2018-2019 tentative budget.
Move approval.
Second.
It was Baldini and Segura.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, if you'd like to.
Do you really want to?
Any discussion or comments?
I didn't include the $240, so I just thought we might want to talk about that.
It's $16.80.
I think we're ready to vote.
Are we? Okay. Ready to go.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. I have a question about the budget.
We just voted.
This is what's wrong with our meetings being this late. This is the tentative budget. We're not talking about
I
it.
asked if there was any discussion, so I'm sorry.
Did you read it?
It's not like I didn't ask for discussion.
We even went through it in our audit committee. I can't believe you don't have questions about it, Trustee Iverson.
I went through it because I sat on the audit committee and I was golden. Except for the 240.
Okay, 16.7, approval of special.
I never voted. My vote hasn't come up yet.
Oh, I don't see why. I see the little thingy waiting for you.
You need to go back to the
Okay, hold on.
main agenda.
Okay,
There it is.
If you'd like to vote verbally, I can mark it.
I got it.
Okay, thank you. That is unanimous.
Oh. Show us
Okay. Oops, here we go.
Oh.
Thank you.
What?
What is she doing?
I'm waiting for her to tell me what the vote was.
Oh, that was unanimous. It carries.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
All right, 16.7, approval of special privileges for non-resident tuition.
Move approval.
Who said that? Oh, Segura
Yes.
made a motion, and
Second.
second Baldini.
Thank you.
We're having a lot of these.
Any discussion?
Is this like, I feel like we're having, this is reoccurring.
This is his third.
It is.
And we can go up to 4 times if the board chooses, but this will probably be the last time for this individual.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and vote.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
16.8, resolution establishing 2018-2019 appropriations GAN limit. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Rios made a motion.
Second.
Second, Segura. Any discussion? All right, we shall vote.
Online voting is open.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. 16.9, Proposition 30, Education Protection Account Spending Plan. Do I have a motion?
Move approval.
Baldini made a motion.
Second.
Second, Iverson.
I just have a question.
Any discussion?
Yeah, just a question. I thought, when is this sunsetting? I thought this was sunsetting.
Certain elements of it were extended a few years back. So the increase in sales tax sunset, but certain elements of it do continue, continued in the 17-18 year and will also continue into 18-19.
All right, I believe we're ready to vote.
Online voting is available.
I vote yes.
Thank you. The motion, carries unanimous. Thank you.
16.10, five-year capital outlay construction plan and district order of priority. Can I have a motion and a second? And then I think we probably
Move
will
approval.
have.
Second.
Okay, Baldini and Baker.
Okay.
And then I believe, Bob, you do want to tell us some things on this one or not?
Not really, no.
Okay. All right.
Just to say that it is in line with what you saw earlier tonight, the overall project plan. And just keep in mind, this is only what would be accomplished during a 5-year period. So there are projects on the overall list that fall outside of this time frame.
Okay. Any
Thank you, Diana.
I'm sorry. Oh, good night, Diana.
Good night, Diana.
Trying to sneak you out. So is it either or locally funded or future project or both? Like, because locally, so right away, we're assuming we're relying on the bond to cover all these?
Well, we would rely on some local funding source. So for example, if we're talking about the viticulture lab and replacing the ag lab, that's local funding. The idea is that would be coming from the NVC Foundation fundraising.
Or if trustees write checks to.
That's right.
Projects.
$16.
That's what that.
If we have it, we could give it.
Then there's that. I would have liked to have seen the gymnasium and fields on there.
Well, the gym is on here. It's number 11, building 600.
Does that include the fields?
It does not include the fields. The fields, this capital outlay construction plan is for buildings, so the fields wouldn't be included in this.
Find that through a private partner, donor.
Measure A.
We could, yes. But I guess what I'm saying is that this isn't something, the field improvements aren't something that we would include in this information that we send to the state.
Is that considered, though, that is considered capital, though, if it was, if we went forward with a bond and...
Oh, it would certainly fall into that.
It could be in that.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so any further discussion on that? If not, we'll get ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Did you get a Josefa's vote?
I was looking at you. Yes.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
I forgot to look at you. Okay.
16.11, Memorandum of Understanding with Mentis and Napa Valley College. We have a motion.
Oops, hold on just a minute. Move approval.
Second?
Baker, Rios. Any discussion? Then we are ready to vote.
Okay. Online voting is open.
Yes.
Thank you.
I heard it that time.
We're
Is it
waiting
on
for
close enough?
Trustee Iverson.
I voted. I'm actually abstaining.
Oh, I see that. I'm sorry.
So,
Director of Mentis.
Okay. So the motion carries with one abstention. Trustee Iverson abstaining.
For some reason, 16.12 is still there, and we pulled that at the beginning of the meeting.
This is true. We're moving to 16.13.
so
Okay.
is that going to come off the agenda? Yeah.
It should have been removed. It should have been pulled.
We'll note that it was removed during the adoption of the agenda.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the minutes.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Good thing there was no public comment on that one.
There almost was. 16.13, Human Resources Document. Can I get a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
Iverson, Segura.
Okay. Thank you. Ready to vote?
Yes, ready to
Okay.
vote.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Yes.
Thank you.
I kind of fall asleep.
Okay, motion carries. It's unanimous.
All right. 17.1, Standing Committees, District Auxiliary Services. Is there a report?
Nope, we haven't met.
Viticulture and Winery Foundation, is there a report?
No.
Legislative Affairs, no. Audit and Finance.
Yeah, we met. So we have our first set of approved minutes, which they're not online yet, but I'm assuming they'll be put online for people to review. And as far as this last meeting, we reviewed the tentative budget. We also met the auditors. We have a new auditor, well, same firm, but a new person, and heard about some of his preliminary findings during his first week at the campus. He said they were kind of, things that could be corrected still. So there was an issue with a few employees not having I-9 forms, which is they need to have. And then there was an issue of, the main thing he talked about was credit cards, district credit cards, and that there's supposed to be a second signature, and that when a budget center manager was using the card, there was no second signature to kind of as a check and balance. And then also there were 2 cases where vendors were used that weren't approved. And then we're still working on the subcommittee description, and we'll finalize that at our next audit meeting. And that's it.
All right, thank you. Real Property Management Committee, did you meet?
No.
That's Trustee Baldini.
Oh,
You
Baldini?
just sleep over there, but I don't think there's any.
No, what I wanted to point out is our student trustee here, 3 and 4, his predecessor was in 3 and 4. So I wanted the board chair to recognize him or not to continue on in the role of his predecessor.
Got it. Okay.
That's where my mind was.
Okay. Okay, great. So, Hussefa, would you like to be a part of those committees, legislative and audit?
Sure.
Okay. Let me wave my magic wand. You are now a part of those committees. Thank you, Michael.
No, we haven't met, but we'd like to meet prior to the next meeting, prior to the 1st of July, prior to June 30th.
Okay.
Do I get to know the voting, the meeting times and the meeting dates when you have the?
So on the legislative committee, we will we'll be looking at that soon. Right now, legislators aren't in session, so we kind of took a little bit of a break. But we'll get that out. We don't have a definite schedule yet. And McPherson Distinguished Teacher Award is done, right?
Yep.
All right. They're still distinguished. All right, future agenda items.
I actually have one.
Yes.
I would like to see I'm not quite sure how to phrase it, but the facility maintenance of the fields out there. I was walking around the other day before the Silverados game, and there was some piles of dirt. I actually took pictures. I didn't post them, but I would like to see on the agenda if we can't maintain it to a level, notwithstanding the MOU with the Silverados, that we maybe look at going out with a private vendor company.
Okay. All right. Well, and I saw Bob taking some notes. So, and we're getting that. You
want us to bring a contract to you?
No.
Well, I don't want to get into the whole union side of it, but I'd like to figure out how we can.
Just keep it simple. You just want to put maintenance
Of the fields.
in the fields on the agenda.
Put an additional worker out there, help.
Like an information item, discussion item.
Right.
Right.
Okay. And you've captured that, right?
Capturing right now. I'm taking notes. Thank you.
All right. And then, hold on one second. We already know yours, right? Or
I have
no,
two.
go. You have two?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, one, and this, Carolee reminded me again in her statement about honorary degrees, because I have asked for that previously. And my feelings is, at graduation, we said, Dr. Kraft said, that this degree has worth. And if you can't give it away, it doesn't have any worth. So what I'm asking for is a look into honorary degrees. I know that's probably part of 10+1, et cetera, et cetera. But Rockland Community College in New York states that the honorary associate's degree is the highest form okay to persons of exceptional distinction. Okay. And I think that would have been a nice touch if you look at Senator De Leon from Pritzker and Claremont colleges to award him an honorary degree or something like that. I think it's important. I think it's an additional chip that we have for a recognition for, and if going forward, these keynote speakers or even a member of the community that has served the college with distinction, I think that ought to be an option that the Board of Trustees at Napa Valley Community College be able to award an honorary degree.
So we can put it on as an information item to then be brought forward to policy people. Okay. All right. And the other, Michael?
And then the
compensation.
Compensation.
Board compensation.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Trustee Martinson.
So mine's an action item. It's the resolution in support of an oil production tax in California to raise money for higher education. I developed the resolution for the legislative subcommittee when I was on it, and everybody said they agreed with it, but didn't think it was the right time. And I think it is the perfect time, because I think the public needs to know that we're not just always coming to them for money, that we're also trying to access more state money. And so I've developed it. It doesn't require any staff time. I've done all the work on it. And so I'd like it to come forward for a vote before the entire board.
I think it would have to come forward as an information item first.
Why? It's an action item.
No, I think you could do it.
We could do it as an action item right away? Okay.
So it's a resolution in support of an oil production tax in California to raise money for higher education.
Got it. All right, any additional agenda items, requests for agenda items? Just I would like to just add one thing, that when you do request an agenda item, if I do reach out to get more information, that I can, get some specifics if I need to bring to the meeting to plan the agenda. That helps. All right. Trustee board chair reports. So start Hussefa. So in our trustee board reports, we just talk about activities we've been involved in, things that relate to the college.
Sure.
And yeah.
I am
Go.
prepared.
Oh, yay. All right. I should have known.
So the first thing I'd like to say, so I attended the scholarship ceremony as the student trustee as well as a recipient. So I was there circling around. I attended the 2018 commencement. It was an exciting experience, and I look forward to attending more such events. The other thing, the third last thing was that I am going to attend the 2018 Student Trustee Workshop in San Francisco, which is hosted by the Community College League of California. So that is in August, so looking forward to that as well.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else?
No, thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Trustee Baldini.
Just grateful to be able to participate in the graduations. I'll be there at the Police Academy graduation on Saturday. Looking forward to it. And I have other announcements later, so we'll just move it right along to Ms. Baker.
Well, I went to the McPherson Award Luncheon and the Trio Awards and the Donor Luncheon, respiratory therapy pinning and commencement. And then last week in VUSD, we had 7 graduations. I went to all of them. And I bring it up because we graduated 1,412 students, and many of them will be here in the coming years.
Great. All right, thank you. Trustee Martinson.
So I attended commencement like everybody else. I did facilitate the audit and finance subcommittee meeting, and I went to the Upper Valley campus twice for lunch, which was fantastic. And then just a brief comment, just again, like considering how late it is and that we're rushing through action items toward the end of the board meeting, I just want to request that when the agenda is being developed, that we really try to only put items on that are action items or that will be action items in the near future. Thank you.
Trustee Rios.
Well, I attended commencement and the pinning right before that. I missed the Finance and Audit Committee because I was at a, not graduation, but promotion for my youngest son from 8th grade. That's it.
Congratulations. Trustee Segura.
The pinning, the nurse pinning, and awesome commencement. Congratulations for those who put it together and how everything was organized, and it was pretty neat. Attended the Latino Leaders Luncheon on the 8th. Was it the 8th?
Mm-hmm. Sure, that sounds right.
Yeah, Friday. Yeah.
Oh, it was the 8th. You're right.
It was the 8th.
Mm-hmm.
Lisa and Maria made a really nice presentation on the college, and they covered the entire gamut. There was about 60 people, community leaders that were there and got to hear
And
the
about
wonderful.
a third of them were
Yeah,
college.
the wonderful things about the college. So,
And Villa Gomez?
Is that it?
That's it.
Trustee Iverson?
I attended the commencement, and I regret not being able to make it to the Police Academy graduation. It's my first Father's Day, so I will be going to Santa Cruz, but I wish all of the fathers in here happy Father's Day. Congratulations to you, Oscar, on the accomplishment and accolades, and that's my report.
All right. I went to commencement, respiratory therapy pinning, psychiatric technician pinning, Latino leadership luncheon, which was about third in attendance, were from the college. It was great to see all the support. We had a workforce board retreat and spent some time with one of the other members, a man named Tony Castile, who later then got in touch with Diana through Bruce Wilson. And I think they're working out an MOU about doing apprenticeship stuff, maybe right here at campus. So once the email started getting a little, because Bruce kept copying me, and then I saw an MOU, and I went like this. I don't want to look at that, so take me off of this this email chain. But it's, going to be coming to us, and it's awesome, exciting stuff. Meeting with the Napa Housing Coalition, Trustee Iverson and Ron and I, and Oscar and Bob. And did a presentation with Sherry Tennyson at the American Canyon Kiwanis. And then this morning I also did sort of a similar presentation to the American Canyon Government Affairs Committee. Went to the donor lunch, the scholarship ceremony. That's it.
I think you should wait till it actually hits 11.
Only if we get to use your clock.
10:55 according to my phone. All right, so is there any need for continuance of closed session? No? Okay. And announcement of future meetings, July 12th, 2018 is our next regular meeting.
Right.
Did you want to add something to that? You look like you...
No, we're working on specials and stuff, but
Yeah.
we don't have them yet.
And how many people are going to the Police Academy graduation? Let's see the hands. Yay.
Okay. Are we going to leave the special meeting where it's at if we can't find a new time that agrees with everybody's schedule? Is that the plan?
The one that was proposed earlier,
Yeah.
the 29th, I don't think so. I don't think we're ready for that, right?
No, we're not. It was, we were looking, times were different then.
We don't have the times yet, so we're going to
Yeah,
have to do the.
that's all.
Yeah, yes, so yes, and definitely make sure that when Catherine sends things out that we respond to her, because I think that there's been some
We couldn't schedule that, there weren't enough
hearing
responses.
back from her.
I was just going to ask, I don't know, we usually ask for your guys' vacation plans in the July, August area, so if you would share those with Catherine, it might help us pin down some dates for specials.
And specials are in order to be able to keep us on track to address the feasibility of the bond.
Right now, we don't have any special.
Not yet, but within a day or so, we're going to be sending you emails.
I cannot do July 13th.
I was referring to the evaluation meeting. If we can't find a new time that works with everybody, are we keeping it?
Session.
We pushed that out, too.
Oh, okay, okay.
That's closed session information. Okay. Okay. Meeting adjourned.